Hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. With the second one, this second one. Patience. Hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. आ गया. With the second one, this second one. Patience. Hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. आ गया. With the second one, this second one.
Hi. Happy Teachers Day, sir.
Happy Teachers Day to all of you.
Happy Teachers Day.
Happy Teachers Day from India. I wish, like the International Yoga Day, the UN could adopt this as the Teachers Day.
Happy Teachers Day, sir. Happy Teachers
Thank
Day.
you. Thank you. Happy Teachers Day, Priyanka. We are all photogenic. I see Gurpreet had joined.
Yeah. Happy Teachers Day.
Happy Teachers Day.
Very nice to see you on this day. Not very clear. Let me just do the settings properly.
Yeah, just light.
Yeah, I'm going to adjust on that. I wasn't preparing myself for this. Now it's better. I thought I would just sit quietly in one corner and listen and have a nice morning.
Well, we'll do that for 2 days, 3 days.
Yes, that is true. That is true. But the first morning is always special. So,
well,
and it will be nice to hear you and see you also after a very, very long time. Very, very long time.
That's right. Yeah, we had, I think we had 2 occasions during the last 2 years. Yeah. We don't have too many occasions these days. I wish we had a physical meeting, but then we would not have had our friends. Hello, GN, Gajendra Trivedi, Happy Teachers Day. We can't hear you, GN.
Sir, good morning, sir. Good morning. Happy Teachers Day. Happy Teachers
Happy
Day.
Teachers Day.
Good morning to each and everybody.
You too.
Wonderful. Charles, it's quite late in the night, isn't it? It's, can't hear you.
No, it's still muted.
You are still muted, Charles. Yeah.
Yeah, glad to be here. It is late, but I want to be here at the start.
Wonderful to see you. It's
Savita has not
almost
joined.
midnight. It's almost midnight in East Coast.
Yeah.
Hello, Andy. Happy Teachers Day from India. Midnight for you.
I'm happy to be here. Really
Hello,
happy to be
Andy.
here. And I'm going to spend all night with you. Hello, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
All night with us. My God, that's a real sacrifice, real demand.
That's all.
But that's the price we pay. But we gain because of this online thing. We are able to have each other. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
Sometimes you have sessions which are midnight here.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is payback.
Well, we can't help it sometimes because we want to be together. So is it Priyanka who is to start, or who is it?
Anshika will start. We are just waiting, but I think
Anshika, okay.
people are in the
Hello,
queue.
Manindra.
And hello.
Hello, good morning. Happy Teachers Day.
Happy Teachers Day.
Okay, now I can see a picture of Survesh, who has been bothering me quite a lot
Oh,
last
I see.
few weeks.
So we have to switch on your camera.
Uh,
Yeah, hello, good morning, sir.
that's Surbhesh. Okay, finally. You have been after a picture of mine for several weeks. Now I can see a picture of you, live picture. Wonderful.
Savita is yet to join, I guess.
Sabita, yes, yeah. Is Surveys with a team? Where is he joining from? Oh, I see.
Technical team is sitting with FCSR, that is in one place.
Okay.
5 people are sitting and organizing it.
Okay.
Maybe they should connect with Savita. Maybe she's having some
No,
technical
issue.
issue.
We
Oh.
just spoke, it's connecting.
Okay, she's connected.
Actually, we have created a waiting room and a lot of people.
Yeah,
and
okay,
we-
obviously. You'll
Otherwise,
have to
there's a kind of-
mirror or something like that, no?
Right, right. And Radha has joined. It takes a few minutes, I guess.
Has Professor Chaube been informed?
Yes, but
Okay.
I don't know if he will be able to join.
Okay. Santana is quite capable of handling the online connection. So he does join. Yeah. Satish hasn't joined, right? Yeah.
It's still early in the morning. I'm sure they will by and by.
Yeah, yeah. I remember in IIC, some people do reach late, but Maninder starts on time.
Yeah, yeah. Especially when now we are connected across time zones, I think it's a good idea to begin.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think so.
Also, a lot of people are on YouTube. So
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
yeah, we are
Yeah.
streaming on YouTube, so people have joined there.
Yeah, that's because I also got a message saying that it is being live streamed and which one do you want to opt for? So
I'm just trying to contact Savita if she's finding any problem.
mhm.
Savita,
Good morning. It just took
Ah.
time to open the link. I don't know why.
that's why keeping 5 minutes.
Yeah. All right. So good morning, everybody. And I welcome you all.
And let Vipanchika, are you there? Should we
Yes.
start?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you start?
1 second. Greetings to all the participants. I'm the Panchika. I extend a warm welcome to you all to the inaugural session of our 4-day Creative Theory Colloquium. With 15 interdisciplinary panels, the 9th annual session of Creative Theory Colloquium 2022 is organized by Creative Theory Association in collaboration with the International Herbert Marcuse Society, Raza Foundation, and India International Center. Before we begin with our inaugural introductions, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work of each and every student who, with their hard work and creativity, made this colloquium a reality. I would like to thank all the associate coordinators, documentation team, social media poster and technical team, and also my central co-coordinators, Supriya Ranjan, Pankaj Kumar, and Irfan Parra for their efforts and energy that went into the making of this conference. To introduce our organizing committee briefly, we have with us Dr. Savita Singh, faculty IGNOU, Dr. Manindranath Thakur, faculty CPS JNU, Professor Andrew T. Lamas, faculty University of Pennsylvania, Dr. Sujata, faculty CSSS JNU, Dr. Anuradha Veeravelli, former assistant professor University of Delhi, Dhananjay Rai, faculty Central University of Gujarat and visiting fellow CSTS, and Dr. Ritusha Mani Tiwari, faculty Delhi University. I now request Dr. Savita Singh, the organizing committee member, to give their introductory remarks.
Thank you so much, Panchika. And a very good morning to all of you. I welcome you all with great enthusiasm, I should say. There's a lot of good energy over here. So much work has gone into organizing this colloquium. So the 9th Creative Theory Colloquium is something that we are looking forward to. Our collaborators, the International Center, Raza Foundation, and International Herbert Marcuse Society, they are with us, and it has added a lot of courage to us and for us to go ahead. Raza Foundation and India International Center, they have been with us for a very long time. India International Center from the very beginning. Raza Foundation joined us a little later, and it is for the first time that we have International Herbert Marcuse Society joining us as our collaborator, and I hope that we continue to work together. One or two things just I want to put it on in the open, that we are truly happy to have International Herbert Marcuse Society joining us. And we decided that we will dedicate this colloquium to Herbert Marcuse, whom we revere, we love, and we respect. And we think that we are going to have, we are going to be co-travelers in this field of creative theory and critical theory. We are going to discuss our relationships and our collaboration in our coming sessions. What is so wonderful is that we have best Marcusean critical theorists joining us. And these 3.5 days that we will spend together will be truly, in my view, fruitful, truly creative. We can think of going ahead in a manner that will be full of us internationally, I think. I am very happy to say that, inspired by the collaboration that we are having with other people, other organizations, Manind will talk about it a little more later. we are going to form ourselves as a trust. That is to say, we were a group of like-minded scholars coming to creative theory from very different fields, but thinking similarly in many ways. Now we have proceeded to register ourselves as a trust. So now we are calling ourselves Creative Theory Association. This association will do a number of things apart from organizing colloquium and other workshops that will be formed by Manindra Thakur later. I also think that we have started thinking in a very concrete manner in terms of what we want to achieve as a group of scholars. So we have started a series of publications, which is called Creative Theory Series, under which we are publishing. We are inviting manuscripts, we are publishing people, we are publishing our students' work, our own work, number of people from different parts of the world are interested in our series. So far, we have published one book because Anne Books, who is going to be our publisher, has a collaboration with Palgrave. So our first book is published by Palgrave, and our second book is also to be published very soon. Third thing that we are thinking in a very ambitious manner is to start our own journal. It will engross us completely, and we would certainly need everyone's help in bringing out the journal that we're thinking of. I do not know what we're going to call it, but it will be something like Creative Theory Journal. The other thing I want to say is that, this is the 9th colloquium, and we have had just so many interesting sessions in our previous colloquia that we are thinking of putting them together and bringing them out now. So it's going to be a lot of work. I mean, the joy, of course, is there that we meet scholars from all over the world, but the hard work that is required to publish our presentations, our papers, our something that is our present preoccupation. For some reason, our two friends from India International Center, director and trustee of Raza Foundation, have not been able to make it this morning. So again, I welcome you all on behalf of them. And I think that we should have also thought of Professor Lama's welcoming all of us, because it's a collaborative thing, but we didn't think of it. These shortcomings are always there, and that is why we are creating. So if possible, maybe at some point, Professor Lama, I would like, because he's one of the coordinators, to speak a few words, maybe towards the very end of the colloquium, or now if he wants to, he's most welcome. Now I hand over this little introduction that we have and welcome ceremony to Manindra Thakur to talk about the evolution of this whole group of creative theory and how this idea shaped and how we began to organize such extraordinary, I would say, events like conferences and colloquium and so on. So Manindra, now I hand it over to you. Please, Manindra or Vipan, I think Priyanka. Priyanka is going to talk about a previous book, and she'll introduce the themes and subjects that we took into consideration. As I have already told you, the first colloquium was dedicated to Professor Randeep Singh. The second or third, we dedicated it to Lord Bhaskar, and this one we are dedicating it to Herbert Marcuse, who is going to be a sort of, who's new to very many people in terms of how friendly we feel towards him and towards that group. So it's wonderful to have 9th colloquium of creative in collaboration with a number of friends apart from India International Center and Raza Foundation. Important for us now is International Herbert Marcuse Society. Priyanka, you can over from me now.
Priyanka?
So thank you so much, ma'am. And it is, so good morning, everyone. And it is my pleasure to welcome you all for the 9th Creative Theory Colloquium 2022. Before moving ahead, it is important to reflect backwards. Hence, I shall give you a brief about the 8th Creative Theory Colloquium very quickly. We were honored to hold the 8th Creative CTC during the pandemic. And we as a team are proud to say that the colloquium has survived hard times without any misses. The 8th CTC was titled Grassroots Experiences and Democratic Responses, with sessions designed to understand the impact and response of the pandemic on sectors like education, migration, livelihood, workers' movement, public health, farmers' movement, and tribal affairs. There was another special session that we held that was on women's mental health. This way, we seek to fathom and look at the unexplored relationship between the local and the global, where the local or the grassroots response to a global problem was mapped. We had that in the last colloquium, we had scholars and speakers from different fields, ranging from academia, bureaucracy, politicians, administrators, and also people from the social service sector, who were invited to share their experiences about their responses and about their mechanisms to deal with the pandemic in their respective sphere of governance and working. A brief report of the colloquium has been published and is available for circulation. Besides this, all the proceedings from the conference was recorded and are now available on the FCSR YouTube channel for your perusal. We can also share it here in the message box. You can see, anybody can access that link from there of the report and also the channel. Lastly, I would like to congratulate the entire team of Creative Theory Association, especially the young scholars, for all their hard work and efforts in making CTC a successful yet meaningful event every year. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priyanka. May I please request Dr. Manindranath Thakur to give his introductory remarks?
Thank you, Panchika. Sorry. I think this is a very emotional moment for me, because when we started 9 years back, thinking about it, three of us and Professor Mohanty, who inspired us to go ahead with this and worked out a collaboration with IIC, we were not thinking that it would be possible. The first reason was that there was no money available. And as he always does, he says that money is not a problem. We can do without money. We can do on the field. We can sit anywhere and talk. So what is most important is the intellectual engagement. And I think we have proved the point. Somebody asked me after looking at our panels that how much money did you mobilize? I said, this is zero budget seminar. And we don't have any money at all, and we are not spending any money at all. We don't. In fact, people are ready to give us money. We are saying that we don't need it, actually. So this is an experiment, which I think is very exciting for me, that we can do things without money. It has proved a point. Creative theory has a long history. I think it is evolving, and I guess it will remain evolving. It started when, I do not know, Professor Mohanty can tell us properly, but I remember 1986 seminar, which was organized in Delhi University. Total budget was 500 rupees, 2 days. And this was one of the most important events of the decade, because it was on subaltern historiography. And subalterns were actually, for the first time, critiqued by a lot of people there. So a lot of debates that emerged there continued with subaltern for a long time. And then we grew from there. We started in a small space donated by us, by Delhi University to us. And we cleaned that up, a cow shed. And then we evolved from there to one big conference, a big building called Delhi University Research Centers or something, where we got an entire floor But then we moved out from there also. And then we decided to have a small trust called Foundation for Creative Social Research, just to reclaim some of the projects that we started there. We were not sure that under the emerging state regime, we would be able to continue with those projects there. So we started a new trust, and we started with modest seminars and discussions. And now we are entering into a third phase of creative theory, where we have confidence to build a trust called Association for Creative Theory, which actually would mean ACT, Association for Creative Theory. And that is also an essential aspect of creative theory, that it is not only a theory, it indicates towards certain actions also. I think there are few features that I would like to highlight. One, that this group believes in intergenerational dialogue. And I'm very confident now, after so many young friends joining our group, the enthusiasm that they have, the skill with which they have managed everything, I think that is one of the most important aspects of this group, that it has several generations together, and we are not following anybody. Each one of us are independent thinkers, talking, discussing, engaging, critiquing each other. So it's a kind of emerging group which has no center. In fact, I remember from Mohanty's paper, Moving the Center, and we discussed that time, should we move the center to the other place, or should we have plural centers? I think we have sessions on plural epistemologies, plural medical knowledge and all that. So it is in true sense a plural group which has many things. And second important feature is that we challenge universals, but we don't want to create any new universal which is final. We don't want to have a closure there. We think of emergentist universal, constantly emerging by incorporating experiences of different societies, engaging with different movements, political movements, struggles, people's struggles, and we take things from there and constantly think of new parameters and paradigms. One of the questions that has been raised to us since many times, and I hope my friend Ajay is watching either on YouTube or he's in the group, who has been raising this question, that how are we different from post-colonial thinkers? I think we are very different. I remember Professor Andhir Singh asking once this question, how long shall we remain post-colonial? So at least after 75 years, we must decide that we are no more post-colonial, we are independent societies, and we are having a lot of things to offer. So we do not believe in this East-West dichotomy. We believe in constant dialogue between different intellectual traditions, and that dialogue must be democratic, without any power, without any domination. Neither we want to dominate anybody, nor we would like somebody to dominate us. So we would like to discuss about knowledge at an equal footing with everybody. I think that is another important feature that we have. As Savita told earlier, that we are now, this new phase is very ambitious. We have started our series called Themes in Creative Theory. The first book is out. It is on CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility, and talks about the politics of CSR in India, which has not been reflected as yet by many people. The second book, which is in process, is Reimagining Sexuality in India. There are around 10 manuscripts lying. People are working on that and hope in next couple of years they will be out. Internationally, Palgrave is picking up books. It is not a series with Palgrave, but the series is with Anne Books, and all our books will be having Indian edition. We will try to make them as cheap as possible so that people can buy it. The second thing, the small slip that I have kept with myself when in one of the mornings in winter, I was sitting with Professor Mohanty and imagining of creative theory and something called DCRC that we created in Delhi University, that we should have a journal of creative theory. Now I think we have reached to that level. We are very confident that with new partners like Marketing Society and a few others, we will be able to have a journal of international standard, and we will see that our young scholars are also published. New creative theorists, young creative theorists will be published in that. So that is very ambitious project. I know I'm told that a lot of money is involved in bringing out a journal, but once again, believing in that, that dictum that, well, we can do it without money. So let us hope that we will be able to manage it. Thank you very much. I must thank our collaborators who have given us a lot of confidence, and the young friends who have really trusted us, joined us at the risk of being, I mean, some people say that you should not be there, why are you being exploited, all that, at the risk of being exploited, within quote, by us. They are doing a lot of work, and I will be very happy, and all of us will be very happy to hand over the entire thing to the new generation to take on to the next decades. Thank you very much. Thanks, Vipanchika.
Thank you, sir. May I please request Professor Andrew T. Lamas to give his introductory remarks?
Thank you. We're really honored to be here. I just learned from Dr. Singh that the colloquium is being held in honor of Herbert Marcuse, and wow, that is just so tremendous. All I would like to say now, because I will have a chance to speak later, is that I'm very pleased that the author of the most important book about Herbert Marcuse, Douglas Kellner, will be with us during the colloquium. And the author of the best new book on Herbert Marcuse is present with us now. It's Dr. Charles Reitz. You can see him up here on the screen. And I'm very, very excited about that new book, which places Herbert Marcuse in conversation in a way that is very sympathetic to the Association for Creative Theory, as you'll find in the sessions that Charles speaks in. Let me just close by saying, and I mean this very sincerely, my best radical ideas have come out of India. And I'm just so pleased to be with you. Also, my best, most productive arguments and disagreements have been with Indians. And so I'm really excited about the next 3 days and what I can learn. And I'm very excited that so many members of the Marcuse Society will also be able to contribute to this new international dialogue in the spirit that Manindra Thakur has just talked about. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we have come to the end of the conference inaugural session. Handing over the charges to my peer, Sarvesh Pratap Singh, to begin with the panel 1 discussion.
Right, thank you. A very warm morning to all of you. Let me bring this first session to the start. And the chair will be a session by Professor Neera Chando, former Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Delhi. We have 2 speakers for the session, and the first speaker will be Professor Manoranjan Mohanty, former Professor, Department of Political Science, University of Delhi. The second speaker will be Dr. Maninder Nath Thakur, currently teaching at Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. And the discussant for the session will be Dr. Dhananjay Rai, who is a visiting fellow at the Center for Study of Developing Society, Delhi, and teaches at the Central University of Gujarat, Gandhinagar, India. I would just like to briefly tell you all about the theme for this session, and it is basically about what are the impediments that we are facing in terms of our thinking and imagination, and how do we make attempts to overcome those impediments. So with that brief comment, I would now like to hand over the session to the chair.
Thank you, Suresh. And I'm sorry, I have a bad throat for the past 8 days, so maybe won't be able to speak too much, but I'm not supposed to speak. I'm very happy, and congratulations to the Manendra, Savita, Dhananjay, all you young people who have guided this creative theory colloquium. Whenever I get an email, I say it must be Teachers' Day that they've organized it. It's really a stupendous effort. Now, the act of thinking, it strikes me that this is particularly apt for our society here and now, indeed global societies. There was a time when we thought that we had to act radically. We had to take out processions, we had to participate in protest meetings, we had to write subversive literature. But increasingly, since the second decade of the 21st century, we have been overcome and we have been stifled by right-wing authoritarianism, populism, which not only specializes in destroying every institution that protects the individual from the state, but which also specializes in capturing your hearts and minds, often through the most ridiculous language and the most ridiculous vocabularies, which anybody said, what are they talking about? But for some reason, these vocabularies have attracted people, and we ought to figure out why are they so attractive to people who were perfectly right thinking till about 8 years ago. The act of thinking in such circumstances becomes a profoundly subversive act. Because when you think, you reflect, and when you reflect, you ask questions. And the act of asking questions of the difference between what is and what should be, there could be nothing more subversive than that. There was a time when left-wing intellectuals would talk about the paralyzing hold of consumerism, of ideology, of our page 3s in the newspapers, of the fashion industry, of Bollywood, as paralyzing the mind. This is infinitely more dangerous because it doesn't allow you to ask questions. I mean, when you look at the state of the media, you realize how much the media has become a PR department of the government rather than being an arm of civil society. I therefore am of the firm belief that the moment you start thinking, you are subverting the foundations of this newly created authoritarianism that seeks to capture our lives and which has given us no breathing space. I look forward very much to hearing my colleague and friend Manoranjan and Manendra. So may I hand over the mic to, metaphorical mic to Manoranjan Mohanty.
Thank you, Neera. Happy Teachers' Day. I think Ranjit Singh would have been tremendously happy to see the way it has moved on. This effort to think, act, and grow creatively. I think the issues which have been laid out already by Manindra, now Neera, Savita, they lead us further to a very real challenge, and Neera highlighted this very well, the new face of authoritarianism. In fact, what is under attack is the right to think. I remember the preamble to the Indian Constitution, the framers very imaginatively had put freedom of thought as one of the, liberty of thought, expression, faith, worship, etc. So thought was indeed mentioned, but now just stating our preference for freedom of thought is not enough. I think the right to think is being denied. In fact, go back to history, colonial, pre-colonial, the history of class society, history of caste order. Rulers always wanted to arrogate themselves the right and privilege to think, and they ruled only to implement, to act. The whole concept of the caste order and Brahminic society was that. And this was dramatically demonstrated during the colonial era. And but it was not unique to colonial era. That is very important to recognize. Whether it is the Chinese mandarins, the scholar bureaucrats had the right to think, and the others were to implement, to do things according to laws already worked out. Here too, Brahmins protected by the Kshatriya kings. But the interesting thing is that the movement for right to think and act, and I noticed Neera's very interesting formulation, act of thinking. Thinking is also an act, and we have a whole great tradition from Marx to Marcuse, the unity of knowing and doing, unity of thinking and action, unity of theory and practice, all in a dynamic process, unending dynamic process. And so this now has a new form under the right-wing authoritarianism in the US, in India, in Europe, in so many countries of the world. And in India, we are confronting it squarely. Now, the point to remember about this history is that there was struggle. From Buddha to Ambedkar, the Brahminic right to think and deny that right to the, whether it is so-called slaves or citizens meaning the not the wise, the rest of the citizens, or the colonial, not subjects. The English word subject has a very, I have no time to discuss that, very, very peculiar meaning. And Mamdani has really put it squarely from subject to citizen. Whereas really we were colonial objects. We did not have the nature of subjecthood, subject in the sense of active agents, active subjects, subjects with will and agency. So in fact, the present epoch, the anti-colonial struggle, the anti-race struggle, the anti-patriarchal struggle, the anti-caste struggle is the transition from objecthood to subjecthood, from being objects of exploitation by caste, by slave owners, by capitalists, by landlords, by colonial masters, to active subjects of agency, the creative agents. In fact, that transition has to be noticed. So we are in the process of becoming agents, active subjects, agents of transformation. Therefore, the main point I would like to highlight is that today the right to think is under attack. And whoever conceived this theme of the seminar, I congratulate this this group which must have dialogued and evolved this formulation. So future of thinking has many challenges, but history also gives us opportunities. And future of thinking about transforming the existing order, existing unequal oppressive order, or future of thinking about thinking transformative politics is even more challenged. I would add a second point by highlighting the two big challenges of our time. The new shape of authoritarianism, the new content of authoritarianism. It's not only right-wing, it has new modes of manipulation. It has new linkages with global techno-capitalist monopolistic order. Therefore, I mean, in India, the discourse is very, very interesting. The discourse is about being self-reliant, Atmanirbhar, but at the same time global. So global in the sense of becoming a global market for some, or seeking a global market for the Indian capitalist monopoly producers. And at the same time, talking about roots or the great Indian tradition and reviving all that. But in the process, the focus is on the discourse on duties, duty to implement, duty to put into action what has already been thought of, decided. And please remember, the truth discourse has always been like this. Some people claim that they have the truth, they can state the truth, whether in terms of scriptures or commandments or decisions. But as dialectical and historical materialism, from Marx to Gramsci and Marcuse, we know that there are contradictions, and contradictions have the dynamics, and therefore no claim to deterministic vision, deterministic formulation and truth can be accepted. This is why, by very definition, and we always exchange this greeting on the Teacher's Day, Pariprasnena Sebaya, questioning the teacher and transcending the teacher is the best service to the teacher. In other words, right to question is the definition of education and create new knowledge. So, so the new shape, the new authoritarianism, the new characteristics of authoritarianism and its mode of functioning. Sometimes it is blatantly fascist in the familiar way. Sometimes it is covertly fascist, covertly oppressive. And it manipulates in many, many different ways by manipulating the symbols and the linkages we have to identify. So the first big threat to right to think and right to pursue transformative thinking is from authoritarianism. The other new challenge is from the new state of technology in the so-called fourth industrial revolution. And the same right wing also talks about IR 0.4, Industrial Revolution 0.4. Look at the new education policy in India. It has the aim of making it compatible to IR 0.4, the new technology, artificial intelligence, and the defining characteristics of modernity today are connected with this. In other words, human faculties of thinking from labor and labor has acting and thinking both in it. Again, and we have discussed it in other fora, how class society and the oppressors had created grades of labor, gradations of labor, creating the great schism between manual labor and mental labor. Whereas all labor involves mind and physical, both, hand as well as mind, both, all labor. Whereas class society and capitalism particularly has made gradation, I would say degradation of labor, and accordingly gradation and degradation of economy. So you know the history of economic development from agrarian society to industrial society to service society to now fourth stage of industrial revolution. And so this new technological challenge has to be comprehended. In other words, we earlier thought that right to thinking was more autonomous. Now artificial intelligence, the truth machines, the forensic technology, there is a whole gamut of new artificial intelligence methods to even deny increasingly that autonomy of thought. But again, from the history of civilization, we find that there have been struggles for this unity of mind and body, mind and heart, mind and hand. Unity of, when Gandhi's concept of bread labor, you produce something using your hand on the soil that you use, just to challenge that concept of division of labor. And Marx's whole theory of alienation was about this only. Marx's theory of alienation, the one-dimensional man, was about this only. And therefore, we have seen a history of challenge. Again, from Buddha to the discourse in Indian multiple schools of philosophy that Manindra has talked about. And now we are experiencing all over the world. Therefore, I will conclude by saying that history of planetary civilization as well as the living species civilization and the human civilization, all three layers over the millennia have given us some tools and some insights of the struggle to assert the right to think and act together. That very, very narrow slogan, think globally and act locally. Think globally was arrogated to the World Bank theorists to think. And the rest of us all over the world, former colonies, etc., were to act locally, implement that locally. Sorry, we have a new planetary, global, emergent universal, as Manindra put it. Therefore, think, act, reflect, change at every level and mutually, collectively, together. And that is why the Asia, Africa, Latin American tradition as the concentrated zones of colonial oppression, and we saw the multiplicity of contradictions intensify and operate. That is what had moved people like Fanon, Mao, Guevara, many others, to theorize anew. And we have Asaflan perspectives and Asaflan subjectivities in Europe and America, North America also. So Asaflan perspective, the third world perspective, or the, again, I agree, we are post-colonial, but we have to see this history of oppression, the layers and multiplicity and interfaces of oppression on the one hand, and interfaces of liberation struggles on the other, globally throughout, and derive our energy. And the Association for Creative Theory, together with many such creative initiatives all over the world, including the Mercator Society, a great partner in this endeavor, I'm sure has a wonderful agenda to inspire us and take us forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manoranjan. It was refreshing after such a long time to hear someone, and Manoranjan has always stood for third world solidarity, or the solidarity of the global South. It's very rare these days. I mean, now we have a BRICS. We don't have any longer the notion of the kind of non-alignment that Nehru had given us. And I think we've lost out a great deal on solidarity. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure listening to you. Manendra, could you please make your presentation?
Thank you. Thank you. I will begin with thanking two of my teachers sitting in the panel, Professor Chandok and Professor Gandhi, who not only encouraged us to think afresh, to think creatively, but also in true senses, tolerated our hard critiques, sometimes senseless critiques, sometimes sensible critiques. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us for so long. And I'm sure we will continue for many more decades. I'm remembering an anecdote that I encountered a person while doing a field work in one of the villages, which is known for nurturing a prominent Indian philosophy called Nyaya Vaisesika. This old man was a philosopher, was of course a professor also, but staying in the village. And he was teaching a lot of young children. And I asked him that, what do you think is the biggest problem? And this I'm talking of 2003. And what do you think humanity's most important problem today? He said, the most important problem is of thinking. Soch ka sankat. So I asked him, I didn't take it seriously. I thought that he's just making a point. But then he explained it to me that, well, thinking is spontaneous for human beings, but we have to work hard to think. And I'll explain this further. But interestingly, in 2012, in JNU, few of my friends, we were walking in the morning, and one of my friends, Professor Akhlaq Ahan, informed me that he has written a long poem. And the title of the poem was Sochne Pe Pehra Hai. Thinking is being guarded. Or there is a kind of guard on thinking. And he dedicated that poem to the creative theory group. He told me that while walking, I first time realized that increasingly thinking is becoming very difficult. And we are not being allowed to think. Remember, this is 2012. So it is not only a regime, it's a kind of emerging trend in our society that we have been witnessing. I'll make three brief points. The first point will be about what Professor Chandok said, thinking as a political act. And second is about politics of imagination, how there's a new politics that's in play, and we really have to be very conscious of this politics. apart from politics of knowledge. And third thing is, how do we reclaim our Swaraj in thinking? What are the possibilities? Where are the resources from where we can draw lessons to reclaim Swaraj in thinking? I think thinking as a political act, we have realized that thinking is most common to humans, but not spontaneous. There is a difference between thinking and contemplating and feeling, and so many other words are used for mental activities, but thinking is a very specific word. It needs a direction. What are we thinking upon? Are we thinking about something? And why are we thinking about that? I think thinking is a particular moment when we use our reflexive capacity as humans to resolve certain problems that we face. So what are the problems we are facing? And why are we interested in resolving them? Where do we want to go? So thinking is an act of transforming. Thinking has always been an act of transforming. As Professor Mohanty rightly said, I mean, I was just trying to trace the creative movements in Indian intellectual history. And I realized that 6th century BC, Vaishali, you have a very interesting moment. In 10 kilometers radius, you are having Buddha and Mahavir living together. And also Ajit Keshkambal, who is a materialist. And there's a state whose minister is Charvaki, who is training the king to believe that body is the most important thing. You enjoy only through the body. And there's another state whose main philosopher is Jain philosopher, suggesting that you really have to abandon the body at some stage. And there was a lot of conflict. And in the middle of that conflict, a new philosophy emerged called Anekantvad, that everybody could be true and let's have a dialogue, something that Gandhi picked up later on and suggested that he was Anekantwadi. There were several moments in history of Indian intellectual tradition. I'm sure in many countries, such moments must have happened where thinking was enhanced and thinking was transformative and thinking was dangerous. I mean, Socrates, of course, faced that danger. In India, probably that didn't happen, physical elimination, but probably intellectually we remember that we don't get any text of Charvaks. We discover Charvak only through the text in which he has been mentioned. So thinking is a political act. It has always been a political act. And I think this is the most dangerous act for the ruling classes. Ruling classes do not want people to think, and therefore they are very conscious about controlling all spaces of thinking. The more authoritarian they are, the more authoritarian the state is, we realize there is more control on thinking. So thinking is never an spontaneous thing. It's really, one has to work hard to think. And to think is to protest in a way. To think is to question, as Professor Mohanty rightly said. And therefore, thinking is essentially a political act. It is not an individual act also. Let me also emphasize on this point. Thinking is a collective act. It's a social act. And thinking has to be constantly connected with the real world. I remember when Vivekananda was told by his friends that we should go to Himalayas and meditate. He said, no, that's not my job. I will think in society, stay here and fight against exploitations, fight against kind of humiliation we are facing. So thinking, I think, is deeply connected with transforming the real world in which we are living. recognizing the structures of domination and breaking those structures of domination. These are the subjects of thinking. So thinking has a target, thinking has a mission, and that mission is political mission. Therefore, thinking, I think, is essentially a political act. But what are the impediments to thinking today? What are we experiencing at this moment? I think with the deepening crisis of capitalism, and this crisis of capitalism may not be economic crisis. I think this is a deep philosophical crisis of capitalism. Capitalism started with a great legitimizing philosophy that it will work for the common good. If we look at Locke and Adam Smith, the central argument is about common good. And then the common good was reasserted during the welfare economics. But in 70s, the common good, instead of being material good, became freedom within quote. And now, since 2008 crisis, capitalism does not have any solid legitimizing philosophy. And if the system does not have a legitimizing philosophy, it becomes very dangerous. But then it becomes authoritarian. The gap is so much increasing between haves and have-nots. The centralization of capital is so much now that capital in partnership with the state is ready to abandon democracy. The marriage between democracy and capitalism seems to be over. The model people are talking about, for instance, Piketty is trying to warn the liberal societies or capitalist societies that if you don't change your model, then the Chinese model will become very dominant. And the Chinese model is authoritarian democracy model. You will have to a socialist democracy model counter to that. Many states now are trying to follow Chinese model as they think that that is more productive for capital. I think India is one of them at the moment. Now, this kind of state, which I call techno-authoritarian state, the state which has a vision of development, which is not pro-people, it is pro-capital, will create several kinds of things, several kinds of laws, reforming labor law in a particular way, or treating defense as development. That's what India is doing now. Will definitely be more authoritarian as it is supported by technology also now. So each one of us are subject to surveillance. We are being seen by the big boss. And with technology, I think this has become so easy. So this state is not interested in thinking people. And the onslaught on the universities, not only physical, but also financial, the reduction of the budget, the introduction of the new education policy, where, as Professor Mohanty said, AI is going to play a big role. Human interaction is going to be reduced. What is emerging is that our imagination is being controlled, not only through media, not only through syllabus that is being reformed, not only through unification of courses at the central level, not only by deciding what shall we teach in the classroom and how shall we teach in the classroom, but also by very indirect means. So gradually, we are giving up that autonomy that we had. In our imagination, I think fear is being created. I mean, after looking at the program, a close friend of mine who is in police called me and asked me, what are you going to do in this? I hope you are not speaking something which will go against you. I mean, he's a friend of mine. He was not calling as a police, but I can see that you get phone calls after you speak something. and people will tell you that please don't do this. So this is a kind of fear that is being installed. I think fear and distrust are becoming organizing principle of our society. And that is biggest impediment to our thinking. Consumerism, of course, is creating concept. We are trying to think that there is no alternative, and we have stopped thinking. And this is very common nowadays. Friends chatting and talking, let's stop thinking. So I think this thinking and the limits of thinking that is being created by the state today in itself, it is creating a new imagination, or it is controlling our imagination. It's a kind of politics of imagination that we can see in today's world. Now, how do we reclaim our right to think? I don't think the state is interested in granting the right to think, and I don't think we are able to really articulate any agenda to raise a movement for right to think. Right to education, we can raise a movement. Right to livelihood, we can raise a movement. If we say right to think as a movement, that would be very difficult to raise at this moment, at least, unless we realize at some stage that thinking itself is being controlled. Thinking is being controlled by state, it is controlled by market, it is controlled by capital, it is controlled through fear, it is controlled through distrust. So this control on thinking, how do we overcome that? How do we fight for Swaraj in thinking? I'm sure there must be resources in other societies, in other struggles. One has to really engage with different political struggles to see how they have reclaimed their right to think. But definitely in India, we have a great tradition of such a struggle. And I will discuss three thinkers briefly who give us some resources for right to think: Gandhi, Ambedkar, and Tagore. If we approach them from this angle, that how did they try to think at that moment when it was a colonial state and people were not aware of colonialism that way? They had double task: fighting against the state, making people aware, and also challenging the structures of domination which were produced by Indian society itself. Various kinds of structures of domination, caste was one of them. So this challenge, how did they meet? How did they reclaim their right to think at that time when modernity or colonial modernity was emerging as the most dominant frame of thinking? As if individualism was a dominant ideology of the state being propagated, and we were almost accepting that. I think Gandhi's contribution was that he said that you must reclaim your agency to think first. How do you reclaim your agency to think? By sacrifice, by connecting with people, by thinking for the last person in society, Gandhi's tabis. Once you start thinking from there, then a lot of people will come with you to think. And your thought will be liberative. You can transform and limit your or make your life transparent, make your everyday life transparent. Communicate with people not only through words, but through your life. As he said that my life is my message. So I remember the way he was speaking. I was listening to his last speech, which has been aired by All India Radio. So a lot of people were not around that last few years. A lot of people were shouting slogans, Zina ko kaid karo, Zina ko kaid karo. And Gandhi came and he said that, yes, I have to do that. Zina ko kaid karna zaruri hai. We have to arrest Zina. But I don't have state power. Where shall I arrest Zina? I will arrest Zina in my heart. And we all will arrest Zina in our heart. And then he started his speech. I think that agency that Gandhi acquired to think, and think collectively, not individually. Thinking collectively, thinking politically. That agency came to Gandhi through various means that he adopted, through various techniques that he adopted. So, art of thinking and technique of engaging with people while thinking, one has to learn from Gandhi. Second one is Ambedkar. The single most important point, and which I think is also Marx's point, that freedom of all, one, should be freedom of all. So my freedom should be your freedom also, which means that fight against the structure of domination without creating a reverse structure of domination. I think that was Gandhi's point also, but Ambedkar was very clear about it in his article on annihilation of caste. He is very clear that we don't need to really recreate that structure of domination, reverse the structure of domination, but we have to break the structure of domination. We have to transform that structure of domination. So if we do that, then the collective thinking will be possible. What's happening today is when we are trying to challenge this politics of imagination, the alternative we are creating is again capturing the realm of imagination. We are not creating that freedom. I mean, I can talk about political parties also. Recently, a very important political leader from one of the left parties has been removed because he made certain comments which doesn't go by party line. We had a long debate. Last 2 days, we have been debating about it, whether it was justified or not. I think political parties are also part of the same state structure. We have to rethink about autonomy of thinking within these structures. So reclaiming thinking is not only against the state, but also against other institutions which are connected with the state, either working for the state, against the state, or with the state. So reclaiming autonomy within education system, autonomy to think, is also, I think, important point. So Ambedkar's this idea that you don't create another structure of domination is another thing that will provide us an agency to collectively think. And third is Tagore, who says that in his small monograph called Sadhana, and he says that thinking is a sadhana. What would be the right word for sadhana?
Meditation.
Endeavor.
Hmm?
No strict translation. It can be endeavor.
Sadhana is concentrating upon something while you're thinking. It's a kind of meditation.
Yes, I mean, there is no strict English term.
Not in the spiritual sense. I'm talking about meditation in the terms of reflection.
Yeah.
So what Tagore suggests is that, well, we have resources in our civilization, but they do not come to us spontaneously. We have to work hard for that. So this autonomy to think, and he quotes Bowles. Look at the Bowles. They don't bother for the state. They don't bother for the ruling classes. During the colonial regime, the Bowles were autonomous, freely thinking and moving all around. And what they were arguing, what Tagore quotes them, Moner Manus, there is a human being within yourself, and reclaim that human being. Reclaiming that human being is sadhana. And that human being is a universal human being, the species being that Marx talks about. And when you do that, you get rid of the alienation that is being created by capital. And if you are a person without feeling alienation, you will be able to think freely. What Gandhi talked about, the isthit pragya, the fundamental condition for free thinking is being isthit pragya. Means, I don't know what is the exact translation for isthit pragya, but going beyond happiness and sorrow. Is that isthit pragya? I don't know. I don't have the right translation.
Fully contented.
Maybe I don't see. So when you are isthit pragya, you are not troubled by anything, and you keep thinking beyond your existence. Probably you reclaim that thinking, and Tagore says that is a sadhana that you will have to do.
Manendra, sorry, but time constraints.
Just half a minute. So I think these three aspects of thinking and reclaiming that thinking is extremely important for our future and future for thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very thoughtful. May I call upon Dhananjay to make his comments? Dhananjay, 10 minutes, please, because we do want a discussion on these two presentations and yours possibly.
Thank you, ma'am. And happy Teachers Day. I'm speaking before my 3 teachers, and I learn the art of critique from my 3 teachers. So thank you so much for this opportunity and comment. And I agree with the larger argument about Professor Chandok's comment and Professor Mohanty's comment and the Professor Monin's presentation. Subverting the authoritarianism is very important, and this came out brilliantly in Professor Mohanty's presentation, like act of thinking, and we have to face new technological challenges in form of artificial intelligence. Unity of mind and heart is an important point made by Professor Mohanty, and he highlighted the importance of a right to think and act together. Think, act, and act collectively are important points in Professor Mohanty's argument. And Professor Manin's like thinking as philosophical act and thinking as imagination, and Swaraj in thinking are very, very important, and we need to mobilize resources for this. And he mobilizes resources from Gandhi, Ambedkar, and Tagore. So thinking is political act, not spontaneous. Thinking is not contemplation. Thinking can't be called musing in Professor Thakur's presentation. Thinking needs certain direction. And I think thinking is also towards transformation, and it is a political act. And he highlights the crisis of capitalism, that is called philosophical crisis, from common good to freedom, and we don't have any philosophy of capital, and thereby we have crisis. So we can have resources from Gandhi, Ambedkar in form of collective thinking, and also reclaiming the human being. I have some queries which are, these are specific to Professor Mohanty and to that in entire, and Professor Mani as well, that we have missed the, or we couldn't highlight the intertwined relation between capital and religion. I mean, when we are discussing authoritarianism, that how can we not discuss the nature and the form of religion in contemporary time, and how religion and capital are working together to support each other in contemporary crisis. This is one I think we need to highlight. But to be more specific, this is to Professor Mohanty. What explains the transition from earlier so-called liberal democracy to authoritarianism? And second, if capital was happy earlier, then why now collusion with authoritarianism? I mean, this is, and third, do we see now authoritarianism guiding capital, or capital is guiding authoritarianism? And fourth, to Professor Mohanty, regarding progressive movement. Can we say that progressive movements fail to realize the difference between politics and the political? Politics is solely relying on the institution, and lots of acts of civil society focus on the politics, that is the institution, while not realizing the significance of political, that is constant churning. This is to Professor Mohan. A very small question to Professor Thakur. Where do we see relation between capital and religion in this crisis? And because I was waiting you to come and comment on religion and capital and authoritarianism, but religion was, I think, missed in the discourse. If we thought that religion is as a politics, that was the first stage, it was ridiculed by many of us. Then we came to the second stage, religion as a philosophy. We all accepted religion as a philosophy. Now we also see the religion as a theocracy, I mean, in an absolute and complete sense. So do we agree that religion is religion as a theocracy? And the last point to Professor Thakur, curtailment on thinking is gift of religion by capital, gift of religion to capital. If let me put differently, I'm saying that curtailment on thinking is the centrality of religion. Can we say that that was gifted to capital by religion? It is not intertwined with capital ipso facto. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dhananjay. The presentations are open for discussion. I'd be very grateful if you introduce yourself before asking the question. And please, questions, not alternative formulations. Thank you. We have half an hour, more than half an hour, so please feel free to ask questions. Savita, please.
First of all, I should mention that today is Teachers' Day. Happy Teachers' Day to all of you. In the spirit of what is being discussed here, the critical spirit and creative spirit, I thought there were large omissions in two presentations made by Professor Manoranjan Mohanty and Manindranath Thakur. In Manind's presentation, let me begin with him. What was missing was the contemporary critical thinking that is going on at the moment against the structured authoritarianism that we have today. Second thing, there was a glaring omission of critical thinking coming from whatever shape feminism is there in India, the feminist quarters. It's very important to, if we are talking about Ambedkar, we cannot miss out on Savitribai Phule. Creative theory has got to be inclusive in that sense. Historically also, if we look back. In Professor Mohanty's presentation, I had expected that he would also talk about, because I consider him to be someone who thought very deeply about creative theory. So what are the features of creative theory he thinks that he can evoke to bring some sense to our present condition? As he asked about the topic, obviously we chose this topic that we're discussing today, future of thinking, precisely in the context of how it has become difficult even imagine a future, as if we are locked in a present condition where temporarily, in temporal sense also, we are in a confinement, which is been thought out very clearly by the people on the other side. So that criticality I thought was missing from both the presentations. If you can say something more, then it would be very nice.
Thank you. Any other question, comment? And then I'll ask Manoranjan and Manindra to reply.
May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
I am Alok Tandon, an independent researcher. I would like to ask Manindra ji that you have very well taken the issue that post-colonialism has got no relevance today. But as Dhananjay has pointed out, the role and the transformed role of religion and its relationship with politics and the capital is to be looked into. But my question is that there are many psychological impediments for independent thinking, and this has been true throughout history, that people have been guided by their prejudices, and it was the last thing to think and to question their own prejudices. As well as Eric Fromm has pointed out, there is a fear of freedom within us. So unless we also look into these psychological impediments of thinking, and you know that once we have people who are not aware of their chains, and they don't want to be aware of, they love their chains. So that type of tradition which controls the thinking of the masses in India, and which is not being questioned properly by the Indian Renaissance, do you not think that we need a cultural Renaissance once again? Thank you.
Thank you. We can take one more question.
May I ask?
Please.
May I ask one question?
Please.
I am G.N. Trivedi. Just I have a brief question. I just want Professor Mohanty to reflect that he has talked about authoritarianism. At the moment, the kind of cynicism and apathy towards politics that has taken place, it also gives a new lease of life to authoritarianism. All democratic forces, they are following the logic given by the authoritarian state. You know what has happened in West Bengal, why there is a decline of left. You know, that you know, we are not knowing that there is a gap between ideal and action. Democracy, there everybody is talking about democracy and high ideals, but in real politics, in real practice, they are going away from that. So this constant going away from ideal, going from what Dhananjay talked about, the idea of the political, that creates a kind of cynicism, that creates that nothing will happen. This will continue. Whosoever comes to, it will continue. This cynicism and apathy towards politics, that has given new lease to life. What is Professor Mohanty's view on this? That the authoritarianism is also right-thinking people, the progressive forces. They are in a way either they are confused or they are short of ideas how to confront authoritarianism at this juncture of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Manoranjan, would you like to answer?
Thank you. I think the questions were themselves contributions to creative theory. Now the first point I would like to make, which connects all the comments, is that when we reflect on the challenges, problems bothering us, what do we do? There are so many ways of doing that. We try to understand what the dominant forces are trying to convey. Number one, understand, and I think a little more would be to comprehend. In other words, the inner logic of what is happening. So the first stage of the exercise or act of thinking, act of reflection, act of intervention is comprehend what is happening, and then we find that these are the things about which we are uncomfortable. So we critique, because we have acquired from our study of civilization certain values, certain goals. particularly in the anti-colonial struggle, from our constitution and from several other sources, from our cultural struggles also, certain goals. So the second stage is critique. And the whole dialectical tradition now gives us extremely important tools, and philosophical traditions of all cultures, all societies present us tools of critique. And, the larger dimensions and interconnections that critical theory has presented before us enables us to present that critique even more efficiently. So comprehend the prevailing reality, then critique it. The third stage is to look for alternatives. And there was a whole mode of looking for alternatives. And this is where there is a catch. Rulers then say, okay, you are right, patriarchy is wrong. Caste oppression is wrong. It is unfair to get so low wages, minimum wages, and so on. Minimum wages are so low, and so on. So they make concessions. Yes, you are doing a good thing, go for the alternative. So there is an alternative within capitalist framework, within the ruling class framework, within the larger system. And much of the left and much of the grassroots movements settled for alternatives. So comprehend, critique, then alternative. This is where you find the insufficiency of our intellectual exercise so far. That look, these alternatives are taking us somewhere. Yes, they are built upon the critics, but the critics should lead us to even more things that people have in their history, potentially in their struggles. And that is where we have a view of history as history of unfolding of creativity of civilization, human and now, the planetary civilization as a whole. Then our notion of the human becomes that of a creative being who is increasingly conscious, individually, collectively, always collectively. There is nothing called pure individual. Individual is always in relationship, but the combinations may make a particular individual in certain uniqueness, but that should not be exaggerated the way individualists do. And so we take the human or every species as a creative being. And so the creative theory takes this as a further step beyond seeking of alternatives to discover creativity, creative potentiality, seeing the emergence of these potentiality becoming real. And the feminist movement, above all, more than everybody else, made us aware of this potentiality becoming real, the creative potentiality becoming actual. And then the environment movement, now the climate change resistance movement, was then coming up to the same levels now, together with the feminist movement, to emphasize using the indigenous people's knowledge systems. And during the COVID, we discovered it very well, that how the developed countries failed to, to contend this. And then, we began to realize the value of the alternatives and the indigenous systems of knowledge. But very soon, the developed countries' elites were back to business as usual and reaffirmed techno-capitalist monopolistic answers. Anyway, that will be another answer. Therefore, to Manindra, to Savita and G.N. Trivedi, this formulation on creative theory as an exercise in thinking and acting to enabled a process of realization of creativity of human society, human beings, and human civilizations, and its many unfoldings. That is my first answer. I'll be brief on the other points. Now, the point that Dhananjay made, I think, about capitalism and religion, Manindra would, I'm sure, take up that point more competently. I would say that religion appropriates culture. This is the point one has to highlight, and seeks to monopolize culture. Whereas creative theory, and we learned it from Marxism and from Gandhi, from Tagore. I'm glad Ambedkar, and I'm a fan of Kancha Ilaiah for doing this. The cultures of the Dalits, how now we have a view of culture with equal status, or even demanding greater respect of working people's culture, including Dalit working people. So religion's preoccupation to comprehensively monopolize culture, I think that is the problem. And they're using capital's economic resources and technology resources and the state's organizational resources and power to do that. And this is exactly what is happening in India in the agenda of building the Hindu Rashtra under the RSS BJP. And this is where we have to say that there are many religions and pluralism of culture and cultures in all societies. And there are thousands of religions, not the 5-6 big religions, just the big divide between Abrahamic and non-Abrahamic and so on. Sorry, I think the discourse on religions has to be as widespread, deepened, diversified as on culture. Once we do that, then we can expose capitalism's and authoritarianism's use of religion and use of culture to monopolize power and pursue their agenda. Now, the point about progressive movements is, I think, also Alok referred to that. Now, please remember, and don't, let us not overdo the post-colonial expression that we have gone beyond post-coloniality. The post-colonial referred to a certain body of thinking and writing which had limitations, and we exposed them. Just as we exposed the body of subaltern studies. But don't forget the contribution that anti-colonial struggle made, the multiple subaltern struggles made to discovering the dimensions of oppression, exploitation, and domination by colonial power. What we are now saying is colonialism was one phase of a long history of oppression: class oppression, caste oppression, race oppression, patriarchal oppression. And feminism, the entire women's movement, the planetary, I'm sorry, Savita, I didn't have the time to say this as clearly as I'm doing it now, but thank you for pointing that out. And I would say equally importantly, the planetary environmental movement, the climate change resistance movement, or the new nature movement, new understanding of nature movement. We are all part of that. And we owe a lot to Marcuse and Gandhi for really alerting us to this challenge. Now, what the left did it had a limited view of capitalism and limited view of colonialism, and its preoccupation with parliamentary democracy, was a defensive preoccupation, because otherwise they were challenged that they don't believe in the constitution, they don't believe in parliamentary democracy, they are not rooted in this soil, they are not democratic. This kind of ruling class abuses made them so defensive that they adopted the capitalist liberal view of our constitution rather than the creative view of our constitution as a historical document at the end of the one stage of our freedom struggle, and its value. I mean, today we have to defend the constitution because it is under attack from authoritarian capitalism and authoritarian fundamentalism. So, therefore, the left and the progressive movements have to be self-critical and have to open up the creative understanding of culture, religion, history, and history of struggles as it is happening all over the world. Okay, just one more word, Neera, about the opportunity. I think even the present oppressive situation gives us opportunities. I think we know from the anti-fascist struggles in Europe, in Latin America, in Africa, and in India, the JP movement or the anti-emergency struggle, and in the anti-colonial struggle, we had many such phases, and the long history of revolts. We found that, we learned that, this creative understanding of history itself and the dialectical, historical, materialist understanding, non-determinist, non-dualistic understanding of history shows that there are opportunities. And during the COVID period, the way the women's movement in the grassroots level responded to the contradictions and created new opportunities is a good example, and how they related the environment movement and the health movement together, fighting state and using some of the knowledge given by modern science. Therefore, we have opportunities in the darkest of conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoranjan. Manendra, would you like to reply?
Yeah, thank you. I think one constant question to me is about religion. And within creative theory group, there are two viewpoints in conflict. One which suggests that religion is important and we need to engage with it. Other is of the opinion that religion has always been regressive and we need to almost abandon it, ban it, or whatever. I'm putting it too sharply just to see and there are friends on both the sides, and we have been debating since long, and we keep debating on this, and we will keep debating on this till we convince each other. I think, Dhananjay, you are right. Religion has been with capitalism, supporting capitalism, delivered a legitimizing ground for capitalism. But then what is religion? I think that's where we need to really engage with. And religion, is it institution only? Is it something more than that? And why is religion so relevant for capitalism? Why is relevant such a resource for authoritarianism also? Is there something within religion that we need to really see more carefully? There are all kinds of trends. And interestingly, these three thinkers I mentioned, Gandhi, Ambedkar, and Tagore, during this freedom struggle, they had very interesting take on religion. Gandhi said that Daya Dharam ko mool hai, Hind Swaraj. And Hind Swaraj has a subtext on religion. And where he's critiquing religion and appreciating religion simultaneously, he says that religion should be taught in the schools to children. Then he was asked, do you think who will teach religion? He said, definitely not Pandits and Maulvis. The modern educated people should teach religion. So that's one kind of perspective. Ambedkar, in the same article I quoted, he says, there is a philosophy, there are principles of religion and there are rules of religion. We need to reclaim the principles of religion and attack the rules of religion. There is a class mediation, power mediation between rules of religion and principles of religion. And principles are humanitarian. In fact, his paragraph on religion begins with this statement that religion is very important for society. And then he goes on from there. And he has demonstrated by reinterpreting Buddhism in a different way. Tagore has a very interesting book called Religion of Man. Man means human beings for him at the moment. And he very nicely analyzes. And this was lecture in Oxford. And his book has another chapter on bowels, which was written by Kshitiz Mohan Sen, grandfather of Amartya Sen. And Tagore requested Amartya Sen to write a book on Hinduism. Very small book on Hinduism he has written, which has been now re-edited by, republished by Penguin, and with an introduction from Amartya Sen. I think this is wonderful introduction to Hinduism that he has done. And what he did was wonderful. He discovered the protesting religions, and he discovered Kabir actually, from whom Hazari Prasad Dwivedi picked up Kabir, and then Namvar Singh wrote Ek Aur Parampara Ki Khoj. So they are paramparaye, as Professor Mohanty rightly said, there is plurality. They are paramparaye within religion, and religion is not a monolithic whole. There is a difference between, I mean, there are notions of religion, I'm sure, and one has to really engage with that. And critical theory has very interesting take on religion. I've read some writings of critical theorists on religion, including of Erich Fromm. So I think we need to really engage with religion more seriously than what people have done with religion earlier, particularly Marxists. Marxist friends have picked up a statement from Marx, which is not even a representative statement of Marx. The religion is the opium of masses. It is not a representative statement. I think more representative statement is religious world is a reflex of real world. I mean, I have a whole argument on this. A few of my friends are aware of that. So I think religion has to be taken more seriously. And of late, now we have examples in Latin America during this anti-colonial struggle, anti-fascist struggle, the way they have engaged with religion. I think that's in continuum with the way Gandhi, Tagore, and Ambedkar engaged with religion. So therefore, there's a need to see that differently. It's, of course, institutionalized religion have contributed to the fascist state or fascist philosophies, but that's not the only thing. I think we have a full panel on religion, spirituality, and politics on 10th. I'm sure more vibrant discussion will take place there. And this group suggests that religion should also be treated as a knowledge system. And that's our larger argument.
Manendra, we have 5 minutes more. If we have any more questions, please, yeah, carry on.
No, just 1 minute, if I can.
Yeah.
For Savita's this thing. Savita is talking about feminism. I think, Savita, I didn't have time to talk about it, but I'm exploring and I'm trying to educate myself in the history of feminism in India. And 3 people I have, of course, Tarabai Sinde is one very important, but there are a couple of more people I'm finding extremely important. One is Mahadevi Verma, and third is Zebu Nisha. Zebu Nisha is was Aurangzeb's daughter, who was in prison for 20 years. And in prison, she has written, like prison's notebook, 5,000 couplets. That's an wonderful example of feminist thinking. I'm trying to lay my hands on that. And I hope with my friends in Persian, I will be able to tell you tomorrow that how this great woman was thinking about freedom and liberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more questions? We have room for about 2 questions more. No? Yep. Quickly, please.
Is it to me? I'm Sujata.
Yes.
I teach in JNU. I had I was listening to the very interesting responses to the questions. And I have a question for Professor Mohanty. While responding to the queries, you began by saying that one has to criticize, comprehend, and then a lot of alternatives have emerged. But we have to go beyond alternatives, if I understood correctly. I wanted to understand more what exactly you meant that that alternatives are not adequate. One has to go beyond it. Are you looking at a full-blown revolution or guerrilla warfare like the Maoists, etc.?
It will require a different seminar. I'm sorry.
No.
Very
So what exactly is
Yeah.
you had in mind about the alternatives, and whether NGOs, small groups, and alternative forms of life within full-blown market economy, capitalism, would you take them seriously?
Manoranjan, do you feel compelled to answer? Or would you like a separate panel for this? Can't hear you.
You're muted.
You're muted.
You know, there is a journal Alternatives. Then there was an alternative movement promoted by liberals. And many of them I respect, and they played a very important role. But what I'm saying is, like critique is a critique of the dominant, alternative is alternative to the dominant, still being on the preoccupation that is based on the reference point to the dominant, alternative to capitalism. Whereas people's experience not only talk about alternative to capitalism, but also many new possibilities which emerge from their history, from their experiences. So beyond capitalism, there are many possibilities. This is the point. For example, Gandhi was not looking for an alternative to Western capitalism. His was in English, we immediately use the term alternative, but a range of possibilities which were not just derivative from the reference point of capitalism or the colonial knowledge system or the economic system. This is the point. So creative theory not only comprehends and critiques the dominant and finds alternatives to the dominant, finds possibilities going much beyond the alternatives of that time. This is the point. And we can discuss more on it.
Thank you. I have two very brief comments to make. You know, I would rather concentrate on Manoranjan's comment that one has to constantly engage in self-critique. Philosophy is the art of constant critique. And that is why Pradeep Gokhale has said that Charvak is the most perfect philosophical school you can find in India, because it constantly engages with whatever is offered, even as an alternative. I think it's and that brings me to my second point. When we are looking, so we have to be very sure that even the notion of creative theory colloquium has to be subjected to self-critique. Otherwise, you'll have what has happened to Kavita Krishnan. She's had to leave the movement because the party will not accept her critique of its own position. It's very sad, I think. That is the state of the left. The second point, and I want to finish in time, is that many of the critiques that are being offered to dominant epistemologies rely upon our national movement, and particularly Gandhi. I have a very naive question, and I'm saying it very hesitatingly because of many reasons. Why did Gandhi, despite having fought for Hindu-Muslim unity all his life, he was ready to lay down his life for the Muslims. Why did he use such Vedantic terminology? Swaraj. 1931, he said Swaraj is a sacred word. Now, 1931 was a major riot in Kanpur, and he himself promoted the Karachi Resolution on Fundamental Rights. And the more and more I think about it, why did our national leadership, who are we relying upon as an alternative, skip 500 years of Islam and go to Vedic India, which was casteist, metaphysical, Brahmanical? Our national movement, rhetoric, our language was very Brahmanical. What the hell does Swaraj mean? Now, people can tell me I'm looking at Swaraj through the eyes of Isaiah Berlin. Maybe I am. But that is not necessarily a disadvantage. Gandhi, I have read 10 different contexts in which Gandhi has used Swaraj, and they're all different. Finally, he told Nehru, my perfect village community does not exist. It still has to come into existence. And Nehru said, I appreciate your ability to touch the heart of the masses. But your notion of personal sin, self-discipline, self-control, it's a very Vedic, it's a very Brahmanical concept. It's purely personal. I am involved with the issue of changing society. That was a problem with Gandhi. You see, I've said it again and again. Learn to look at Gandhi as a political philosopher. And what do we do to political philosophers? When we look at Plato, we don't go to his communism of wives. We go to his theory of justice, and even that we critique. So it is necessary to engage with Gandhi and not look at his vocabulary as self-explanatory, because I think he used it. There is a lot of difference between the way Dadabhai Naoroji first uses Swaraj in the official Congress discourse 1906, in which he means self-determination. Gandhi 1909 in his Hind Swaraj is completely different. He's responding to the Indian school of violence. That was the precise context. Krishan Chandra Bhattacharya 1929 writes about Swaraj in Ideas, which is a very nuanced paper, but the answer was by his critic, which culture is he speaking of? My culture is that of not only ancient India, but also Ghalib. It is also M.F. Hussain. It is also Guru Gobind Singh. Why? It is also the Adivasis. The Adivasis have adopted Brahmanical idioms, and Brahmanical Hinduism has adopted Adivasi idioms. So you have to understand the plurality of India. To talk about culture, it is not easy. And finally, Ambedkar's very sharp critique of Swaraj. I mean, Hindus can't look within themselves. They want to practice self-discipline, but they can't get rid of caste. And every morning you see some horrible story or the other about caste atrocities in India. So my suggestion is, and finally, why is it nobody has looked at 500 years of Islam, starting from Raja Ram Mohan Roy? He goes back to Vedantic Hinduism. First of all, Islam and India presented a complete example of fusion. Not British India. British India colonized us. You look at Khayal. I'm just reading a very interesting paper. Khayal is the core of the Indian classical music tradition. Careers have fallen and risen on their mastery of Khayal. And I just read a paper in which it is said, an expert on Indian music, Khayal didn't come from Amir Khusro, who was India born. Khayal comes from Aurangzeb's court. Aurangzeb banned religion, but only for himself, because he practiced piety. He was the greatest patron of music. Khayal comes up in his court. And you have to understand, Khayal also is influenced by Amir Khusro's Qawwali, as well as Drupad, but Khayal is central to our Indian musical tradition. Our cuisine, our language, our manners, our architecture, our painting, our literature is influenced by Islam. Why will we not accept it? None of the national leaders accepted it except Nehru. Nehru did accept the creativity of Islam. So we have to be careful. And finally, very small, I've just reviewed Romila Thapar's Voices of Dissent for Pacific Affairs, which comes out from the University of British Columbia. And Romila makes two distinctions. She distinguishes between Brahmanical Vedic Hinduism, second millennium, which didn't have any temples, no idols. It was purely abstract. Even then, they had the dasas, who I assume they mean the Adivasis. And she says, it's very interesting. In her book, she writes that whenever a dasi had a relationship with a Brahmin man and they had a child, many of sons basically became sages. They were referred to by their mother's name. So matrilinealism comes into that kind of Brahmanical Hinduism, which is patriarchal. Secondly, 1st century millennium, she talks about Puranic Hinduism, where your temples have come and your idols have come, mainly Shiva and Vishnu. Now, they were challenged by not only Buddhism, who, I'm sorry, but Vivekananda colonized by making Buddha the 8th avatar of Vishnu. Buddha was a critic of Hindu caste system. There was Buddhism, Jainism was always there even before Vedic Hinduism. But Charvak philosophy, Samkhya and Samkhya philosophy is a part of Vedanta. That's my contribution, it's not Romila. But she said there are debates within Hinduism. You actually have a discipline of debate. It's called Vad Vidya. You know how to debate. You want to demolish your opponent, but there were a lot of critique of Hinduism. And she says that Puranic Hinduism actually reaches out to the popular classes in order to get devotees, because everybody's moving to the Bhakti, and finally the Bhakti movement. Says everybody moved to the Bhakti movement. So what they did was they appropriated local heroes. And the example she gives is Pandharpur, where Vithaba Vinoba is actually a military hero. He saves his village from the invader, but the cult of Vishnu is imposed upon him. So Vinoba is a cult of Vishnu, but he's originally a hero. And then it is it is actually the German romantics, 17th century, 18th century, who make Vedas the definitive criteria of Hinduism, because it suited, I'm sorry, Protestantism. Please remember our colonialists were Church of England. They were Protestants. They were not Catholics. Catholics worship rivers and trees, and they have all kinds of hero worshipping. The Church of England was a product of positivism. They are rational. The Vedas suited them. So in fact, when we talk of Hinduism, be very careful which branch of Hinduism we are speaking of. And I wrote a piece for the Tribune the other day, saying, I'm sorry, Swaraj is a very deceptive word. Do you really want the government in post-independence India to monitor your self-discipline? I mean, for God's sake, that is our personal ethics. Gandhi confuses personal with political ethics. That finally I'm going to say, Swaraj Manendra is very well used in your presentation, but be critical about Swaraj. I don't think even Gandhi realized how confused he was. Finally, Chodi Choda. When they asked the villagers of Chodi Choda, what does Swaraj mean to you? They said less taxation. Now tell me, between Gandhi's abstract Hindu formulations of self-discipline and less taxation, where is the commonality? I don't think anybody has understood Swaraj. And I cannot understand Arvind Kejriwal's book on Swaraj. Frankly, I can't even understand Yogendra Yadav's naming of a political party after Swaraj, because nobody seems to be sure what Swaraj means. It only means what Dadabhai Naoroji held it to mean, self-determination. That is all. Leave people to practice the kind of lives they want. Have a political ethics that is respectful of other religious vocabularies, political vocabularies. And my suggestion is adopt Azadi. It is a much more neutral concept than Swaraj, which is very Brahmanical. And we don't want to fall into the Brahmanical trap again, please. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I've taken a little time, but I think Manendra, take me as a friendly disagreement. I'm not criticizing. Where is he? He's disappeared.
I'm around. I take this.
You're our future. and we look to you to be critical about our own political vocabulary.
Sure.
And we have to look at these what is Sarvodaya, and you know how much violence there was in the partition of Bengal when they came up with the whole notion of what was it, self-determination. What was the word that began with a swa again? When they said use Indian clothes, use Indian, how much?
Swadeshi.
Swadeshi. You know how critical Tagore was of Swadeshi? He gave up on, he said, this is very Hindu. This is very Brahmanical. I'm giving up on Swadeshi. See Gare Baire to understand the violence. So we must use our alternative vocabularies very carefully. That is it's my lifelong ambition to write something on this. I am very hesitant. Maybe I will look for feedback from you guys to even start thinking about it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you to all the speakers and specifically Chair for conducting this, this panel discussion, and that too within the time. Now let me invite Rashi. It's good that Professor Chandoke has, brought about the plurality of epistemologies onto the fore, because the next panel has to do with that. Rashi, may I request you to conduct the next session?
Yes, am I audible?
Thank you. No break?
We don't have one now, but after this panel, sir.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second panel on epistemology and the foundations for pluralism in the 9th Creative Theory Colloquium. I thank Professor Chandok for bringing up the ideas of duality, dichotomy, and plurality to the fore. I think when we think about colonialism, this dichotomy of the self and the other, the subject and the object, the self and the other, subject and the object comes quite strikingly to make sense of our political, social, and experiential ontology. But when we think about an alternative and an act of thinking which is not so dualistic, maybe, I think that non-dualist method or that non-dualist outlook is yet to manifest in the same experiential ontology that we have been talking about. So coming to our panel, I'll take a brief moment to introduce the panelists before inviting Professor Veeravali to illuminate the idea behind the panel. Ma'am is a former faculty, Department of Philosophy, University of Delhi. The chair, Professor V. Sujata from Center for Study of Social Systems, has kindly consented to also make insightful interventions as our discussant. Our speakers, Dr. Shraddha Shah, teaches philosophy at Hindu College, University of Delhi. Dr. Inamur Rahman is a faculty, Philosophy Department, Presidency University, Kolkata. And Mallikarjun Nagral is a research scholar at School of Interdisciplinary Research, IIT Delhi. It is a common interest for epistemological inquiry into the dynamics of philosophy, science, politics, and technology that brings the panel together. Thank you all for joining. All speakers shall have 15 to 20 minutes to present their respective propositions, followed by discussion and reflections upon questions. Now, I request ma'am to brief us upon the theme. Thank you.
Yes, I'm truly happy to be part of the Creative Colloquium. For some years, I have been, as I said, welcomed to this forum, and I look forward every year for the 5th of September to be again with my friends. Yes, I will start with my discussion, and basically I am introducing my panelists and giving you a context to why I think the panelists' contributions are of utmost significance. Partly, Professor Mohanty has already initiated the discussion by saying how our response to our own critiques has been insufficient in terms of presenting a positive other point of view which can contend with the dominant points of view. So I will start with my talk now. Shiv Vishwanathan has coined a term, cognitive justice, which draws attention to the fact that modernity, with its scientific rationalities of development, progress, and freedom, ironically enough, tramples on all other forms of life, methods of organization, production and reproduction, and notions of well-being. Cognitive justice is a plea for differing worldviews with fundamentally different epistemological and metaphysical presuppositions governing the vocabulary and mechanics of thinking itself, to be recognized and given a chance to coexist with forms and norms of modern scientific rationality. The story, however, is not that simple. Take, for instance, GM seeds, genetically modified seeds. Once you sow them in a field, they will let no other natural seed of the crop survive. Cross-pollination slowly but surely engulfs and conquers field after field, erasing the possibility of any cognitive justice or any choice left in the matter. We become GM seed dependent for life. The structure and syllabi of the university, our modes of production and reproduction, our goals of science, religion, and politics are informed by a similar regime. The seeds of modernity and scientific rationality are sown so deep in our consciousness and intellectual life that they not only set the norm and criteria of excellence and competence, but form an element of intellectual aggression that seeks to organize and civilize society with its theory of rationality and rights. It is the old Hobbesian theory, perhaps in new form, which rules out self-governance, self-reform, and service as the original foundations of civil society. It is the same division between reason and experience which rules out human reflection in epistemology. This has to do with the universalist presuppositions of modern scientific rationality that by definition rules out the possibility of fundamentally different cultural rationalities and systems of thought. For instance, our chairperson Sujata works on indigenous medicine systems and the difficulties of this system even beginning to survive in the context of not just modern life, but modern epistemologies. Those that do not conform can only be irrational, unemancipated, and evil. Insofar as this is so, the believer in scientific rationality can be as rabid as a fundamentalist bigot, hegemonic and dismissive of the future of any other system of thought. It could be irrational, ethical, spiritual, aesthetic, but not systematic or scientific, exactly as Gandhi has been classified in the modern world. So they would allow that alternative systems can be anything else, but have any contribution to the cognitive enterprise, to the knowledge enterprise. So we come to value productivity over nurture, efficiency over craft, the standard over the non-standard, freedom over conscience and community, equality over complementarity, and solidarity over sovereignty of the individual. So most of our critics are critics as it were, the existing dominant regime of politics and economics, but not really on what else one can offer. There seems then to exist an inherent antagonism between the concepts of reason and freedom at the heart of democracy, no less a thinker than Kant in his essay on perpetual peace, holds that peace is not a condition established by the moral disposition of man, but a policy induced by reason in the face of man's natural self-seeking propensity. And I would add here that this natural self-seeking propensity in modern democracies has been sanctified in the rights to self-preservation, property, and liberty, that is by the very institutions of democracy. And Kant adds in his essay on perpetual peace that it suits democracy to encourage these self-seeking propensities as an aid to reason for the purposes of counseling peace, so that the more the unrest, the more the need for rationality to take over. And of course, we immediately sense and see and recognize how this rationality is used by the state. I would urge ourselves to consider that more than the state, it is the expert who has the reins of rationality in his hand. So it is the expert in every field, may it be of science, of religion, of politics, who brings this rationality with an aggression to, as it were, erase any other possibility for the future. Because things have been raised about, I have some time, Rashi, a minute?
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, about the relationship between state and religion. My student Mallikarjun, who's also one of the panelists, brought my attention to Professor A.K. Saran on this issue. He has a short paragraph, and I would like to conclude by reading from this text of Professor Saran. It is on the state and the sacred, so it is on regnum and the sacerdotia. All over the world, the mainstream academia, indeed the entire intellectual life, does not participate in the sacred, which indeed is officially ignored, if not rejected. It remains unquickened, barren, cutting itself willfully off from the life-giving principle. In a word, it is dead today. Indeed, the sacerdotal stands today undetermined and eliminated. Modern scientific establishment, and indeed all intellectual life, becomes essentially and necessarily an underling, virtually a stooge of the political economic establishment. Whatever its trapping of freedom and autonomy, whatever its commitment to independent social criticism and to liberating and revolutionary science. Today, the intellectual is widely defined as a social critic, his role being seen essentially as that of the dissenter. If such a self-definition of the intellectual life makes sense at all, it is only because we live in fallen times. Criticism is not guidance any more than dissent is vigilance. From commentary to criticism, or even critique, what a humiliation. We have, by a long betrayal, lost our vocation. In the name of intellectual freedom, we have cast ourselves as dissenters and rebels. And I think I will end with the plea that we meditate on this statement of Professor A.K. Saran, because I think this is perhaps gives us one clue to this sense of the insufficiency of our response to the challenge of authoritarianism and hegemony that today presents itself to us. Thank you. My panelists I think, focus on an attempt to demonstrate that it is not power that rules the possibility of thought or thinking, but it is regimes of epistemology that govern knowledge systems and therefore govern the vocabulary and mechanics of thinking itself. And therefore, starting with Shraddha, examples of how these regimes govern our very ways of thinking. Shraddha will present on the question of epistemology, Inamur on politics and political theory, and Mallikarjun on the question of machinery and technology. Thank you very much.
Okay, should we begin? Yeah. So thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Radha, thanks Creative Theory Colloquium for giving me an opportunity to chair this session, the theme of which is very close to my heart, and it's only very appropriate that this whole idea about future of thinking begins with a panel on epistemology and the foundations of pluralism, where, as Anuradha, my friend and colleague, who put it very clearly, that if we are looking for power external to this episteme, that's one thing, but the focus of this panel is that power is intrinsic and embedded in the episteme itself. And the three papers that go into the panel will be addressing in a very insightful way. I got the papers in advance yesterday, so got an opportunity to read them. So they complement each other and cover different dimensions and make the argument in whole as to how the power is embedded in the episteme itself. It is intrinsic to it, and how that could be understood and what are the alternatives. So without losing much time, I'll invite the first speaker, Shraddha Shah. She is teaching in Hindu College at New Delhi since 2018. She completed her PhD in the philosophy department of Delhi University, also undertook a semiological analysis of labor, an interesting PhD thesis, and has since been working on social political theory, epistemology, and on themes that give an interface between pluralism and monism. So on to you, Shraddha. You can take about 15 minutes to make your presentation. And I'm sure for those who are very interested in the work of these panelists, these papers will be made available in the website or in the booklet. They are full papers for your reference. Shraddha, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you to the Creative Theory Forum for giving us this opportunity. Since we've already initiated this discussion on thinking and the freedom to think, and also Dr. Veeravalli has clearly set out the agenda for a panel, my paper is essentially on methodology. So when we talk about thinking, we're essentially talking about, at least philosophically, we're also trying to determine what method of thinking do we espouse in terms of saying what knowledge is. So my paper consists of three parts. The first part of the paper deals with the rationalist positivist methodology. And for that purpose, I primarily look at Descartes and his description of the method. The second part of the paper deals with the semiological method and worldview, which I take from J.P.S. Oberoi's work. And the third is a sort of comparative analysis from the semiological perspective of the positivist rationalist method as discussed in Descartes' method. So starting with my paper, my key assertion with regards to the Cartesian method is that we often tend to critique the metaphysics, that is, there is mind-body dualism, but nonetheless, we tacitly accept the method that has been espoused by Descartes. So what I am going to try and demonstrate is this method and try and argue how that pervades every aspect of our analysis, whether it's the arts, whether it's politics, whether it's religion, ethics, or even the very conduct of life. And for that, we need to closely look at the Cartesian method. Descartes' method, in a very preliminary manner, has two basic rules, or actually there are 4 rules, but they're divided into 2 parts. One is the analytic part and the other is the synthetic part. As far as the analytic part consists, he argues that there must be no presuppositions before we undertake any study. We must question all our prejudices. We must begin almost as if from scratch. And we must break down each problem into indubitable simples. Now, each of these, one can go into a discussion in order to elaborate how these are extremely problematic steps, though they seem to be fairly given, because what I am going to argue is that this reduction of issues into simples, as well as starting from this position of no presuppositions, in itself is a presupposition which assumes the mind-body dualism. The second part of the method, which is the synthetic method, again consists of 2 parts. One is that thought ought to be directed in an orderly manner by beginning with the simplest and then moving on in terms of what is given to a more complex formulation of the problem. And the second one, which is something very interesting, is where he says that we need to make enumeration so complete and review so comprehensive that I could be sure of leaving nothing out. So these 2 parts again seem to be very, very given and absolutely easy to understand. However, the question that comes up is when he's talking about this order and he's talking about enumerating these simples, what does this really entail in terms of the implicit metaphysics? And here I argue is where the Cartesian mind-body dualism comes in. And he doesn't necessarily speak of the order by way of which we must proceed as far as his discourse on the method is concerned, but in his principles of philosophy, he says that the basis of all our correct judgments and the order in which to proceed must be clear and distinct perceptions, which is clearly suggestive of a mind-body dualism, because perceptions may be clear, but they may not be distinct. And the example that Descartes takes is that of pain. So we may feel pain very, very clearly, but it's not something that is distinct. And in his sort of classification, where things are either, where all objects of knowledge are characterized as things and their affections or as eternal truths, pain, color, passions do not find a place. He relegates pain, color, and passions, which are essentially relational categories, especially this is going to become more clearer when I discuss the semiological worldview. But his argument is that when we look at these categories, they are largely figments of our mind, or they're perhaps not figments, but these are part of our consciousness. And it is here that we can then need not take account of the body, because the body in the Cartesian framework has been relegated to the external world. And pain, sensations, color, all are just aspects of our mind, where we cannot give a relational role to pain, which also, I mean, if we analyze it from any other framework except the clearly dualist, pain also has a physical location. It's something which has an objective substrate, which Descartes clearly dismisses. And the example that he takes up for this is the phantom limb pain. So this is the 2 key issues that emerge from an assessment of the Cartesian methodology is one, that we need to break each thing into simples, indubitable simples, and the other being to make enumerations so complete that we don't miss anything out, a sort of comprehensiveness of data. The other very, very significant part is to eliminate individual perspective. Knowledge has to be certain, and for knowledge to be certain, it's a taint on it to consider any individual perspective weighing in on what constitutes knowledge. Now, to understand this further and to sort of contrast this with the semiological worldview, I'll first discuss what the semiological worldview is. And here I take it from J.P.S. Oberoi's writing, particularly Science and Culture, and some bits from European modernity as well. So in his book, Science and Culture, J.P.S. Oberoi argues that there's a demonstrable set of relations between God, man, and nature that allow an evaluation of the nature and character of any civilization and its various parts, which includes its science, politics, and culture. It is the whole that would explain the parts, including science, and not vice versa. These relations would be instantiated and negotiated afresh by each civilization, nation, or an age. However, this negotiation would presuppose answers to the fundamental questions of ontology, what is man, epistemology, what is truth, and cosmology, what is the world or reality. So it is in the framework of these fundamental questions that the relations between God, man, and nature would be negotiated. And this is the fundamental framework for the semiological worldview. In Oberoi's analysis, the fundamental basis of the semiological worldview is based on key terms like wholeness, structure, symbols, and dialectics, and would be the science of forms, structures, and relations. These terms are part of the larger semiological method, which sees the universe or a part of it in terms of interrelations between individual signs and the universe, or a part of it in terms of the interrelations between individual signs and the larger system and the cosmos which they occupy. Now, the key issue that emerges is what is a sign? And here, it's something that needs to be contrasted from the Cartesian simple, because a sign essentially is a triadic structure of interrelations where the opposing elements are mediated or integrated by a third entity, which has the aspects of both without being reduced to either. And the key example that Oberoi argues here is the human body. And this is a very interesting formulation of the human body. The human body may be seen as a part of the external world where it can be known by the mind subjectively, as well as being that part of the self that can be known objectively. This articulation of the concept of the human body highlights the language of symmetry, which he argues is something which is espoused by both the positivist tradition as well as the Hermetic tradition. But in the positivist tradition, symmetry is reduced to homogeneity and heterogeneity, whereas in the Hermetic tradition, or this larger semiological worldview, it is spoken of in terms of correspondence and complementarity. Correspondence are relations of similitude, complementarity are relations of difference. And he argues further that complementarity is something, or relations of similitude are again what have been emphasized, even with thinkers within the European regime who sort of engage with this tradition, whereas relations of complementarity have been largely ignored. And he sort of seeks to emphasize those relations. He has another very interesting quote on the senses. So he says the human senses, far from being merely windows on the world, are the artifacts of mind and labor that mark the frontier and mediate between the facts of the external world and the categories and values of the mind. By the frontier here is meant that point of conjunction and disjunction across which is established the unity and variety of the eye, the mind, and the hand, or the faculties and the experience of perception, cognition, and volition, or of self, world, and the other. So all of these dialectic are important in terms of the constitution of knowledge itself. And here, the human body or the human senses act as the fulcrum for this mediation. In the semiological worldview as presented by Oberoi, the individual perspective is central, and as such, that is precisely what the positivist method seeks to eliminate in its quest for certainty and objective knowledge. The individual subject and his perspective have a precise configurative role to play. Unlike the modern positivist science, where the acme of perspection is considered the ability to produce facts that are immune to the deficiencies of the human observance and provide objectivity, a semiological science necessarily goes on to affirm that each so-called fact is value-laden at one and the same time, and that there is a constant dialectic between the world and the observer, which cannot be held separate interminably. We might do so in a logical, abstract manner, but in the very process of knowledge, we cannot separate the observer from that which is being observed. And he argues that two fundamental, so to speak, requirements for the semiological method are the unity and variety, or the variety of interrelations of the whole and the parts, and the dialectical relation between the subject and the object. These are integral to constituting the semiological method. The semiological method would hold that although different signs hold different messages, however, underlying them would be similar structures of signification between parts and whole in all the parts. For a semiologist, the whole would always be more significant than the parts, and it is essential to note that the whole here is not in terms of a comprehensive enumeration of each feature, but in terms of seeing all things in the round. This is in complete distinction, obviously, from what I've been saying with regards to the Cartesian method, that we enumerate everything separately and discretely. In fact, this is necessarily accounting for all the interrelations in terms of a holistic picture. Now, I did look at Foucault's sort of description of the 16th century episteme in the order of things, but I'm going to sort of skip that for now because I think I would move to the last part of my section, given that I have limited time. But just something that I'd like to say with regards to that is that with Foucault, this description of the 16th century episteme highlights this key aspect of the interpretation of science. And one of the implications of his theory is where he argues that divination and erudition were both considered to be knowledge at par. Not that divination was something which was irrational or just magical in nature and therefore superstitious. The way in which he describes the episteme, and unlike Oberoi, he doesn't necessarily see it as a method, and also doesn't necessarily account for the individual perspective here, but he nonetheless charts out the various relations in terms of the theory of signification in 16th century Europe. And his key assertion is that these knowledge systems had their own basis and were not regressive, or they were not just superstitious or magical, and therefore to be relegated outside of the framework of knowledge. I now move on to the third section of my paper, which is essentially where I look at the implications of the positivist method from the point of view of the semiological worldview. In the light of the discussion of the semiological method and worldview, we can now discuss the implications of the dualist method and worldview. Oberoi says that the semiological worldview classified the sciences in a hierarchy in terms of spirit, mind, life, and matter, respectively. That is, the highest and more perfect realm being that of the spirit, and encompassing within it, so on, the lower and the less perfect sciences, conceptualized somewhat as concentric circles. So the largest circle being that of spirit, and subsequently life, matter, following within that circle. Under the positivist method, the order of precedence is reversed, and the lower level becomes the ruling and foundational basis for the higher levels. In fact, the higher levels are regarded as simply a more complex form of the lower levels, which makes them almost optional as opposed to the essential position they held in the earlier classification. So this is, a direct result of breaking down each problem into indubitable simples. Now, one could very well go into the possibility whether something like this is possible, but in just this exercise of breaking things down into their absolute simple parts without connections to the whole, it's almost like you can never get to the higher level, although there's always the larger impending promise that perhaps it will be done. The other implication was that the modern scientist moved from the part to the whole. The essential link between the part and the whole as complementary to one another stood broken, which Oberoi notes led to a divide between the empirical scientist and the poet or the mathematician, where there could be nothing in common between the two. For one, observation of the object system was reserved, whereas for the other, free creative thought. But the grounds that enabled the observations and the creativity to come together was lost. The mode of interaction between the parts and the creative whole became an imposed relation, and not one of complementarity or compossibility, something that he instantiates through his analysis of J.W. Goethe's theory of color. He demonstrates, and it's a very complex demonstration, one I don't think I'm fully at grips with, but nonetheless, he argues that under the positivist dualist regime, Goethe's theory of color is considered significant in terms of its literary or imaginative value, but has no value as a scientific theory of color. These sorts of developments where you separate the creativity from the science leads to a class of modern specialists who know more and more about less and less, and the lay person thereof was just left to observe and unquestioningly accept the word of the specialist, and was guaranteed no place and agency in terms of knowledge classification, which is what our key thesis is, that it's the expert in each field who determines what rationality is or what knowledge is, and there's no say for the layperson to participate in any of these knowledge systems. He further notes that the unity of human knowledge dissolved with the ascendance of the positivist method. The lower sciences, or the sciences of matter, were considered inherently independent from the higher disciplines, and with it, the authority of the higher disciplines to integrate human knowledge was also forsaken. God was categorically removed from the world, put in heaven to rule, devoid of any real interest in the world, and thereby the epistemic upshot being the removal of one axis of the semiological method. Then on each of the special sciences had their own set of observations and theories, with only commonality being the formal aspect of the positivist method underlying them. There was formal homogeneity between the disciplines, but their ability to be able to talk about a shared reality was lost, with a forever impending promise for a future unification. There is a demiurgic proclivity in the way in which the modern man sees his relation with the world, in the absence of God, with dire implications for both human society as well as the natural world. I'd like to end from a quotation which I have taken from A.K. Saran's The Traditional Vision of Man. It's actually a quotation that he takes from Dostoevsky from The Possessed, but I'd like to read this out. You ape, you assent to get the better of me. Hold your tongue, you won't understand anything. If there is no God, then I am God. There, I could never understand that point of yours. Why are you God? If God exists, all is his will, and from his will, I cannot escape. If not, it is all my will, and I am bound to show self-will. Self-will, but why are you bound? Because all will have become mine. Can it be that no one in the whole planet, after making an end of God and believing in his own will dare to express his self-will on the most vital point? It's like a beggar inheriting a fortune and being afraid of it and not daring to approach the bag of gold, thinking himself too weak to own it. I want to manifest my self-will. I may be the only one, but I'll do it. Do it by all means. I am bound to shoot myself because the highest point of my self-will is to kill myself with my own hands. Thank you. I'd like to end my presentation with this. Okay.
For putting these complicated ideas in a concise manner. You had to deal with Descartes and then deal with JPS and touch upon Foucault. So I think you've done a reasonable job of covering all the key points. We'll take it up for discussion soon. So let me invite the second speaker, Inamur Rahman, who is teaching in Presidency University, Calcutta. And he completed his PhD on the theme of his PhD topic from Aligarh Muslim University is theories of global justice and the problem of global poverty. And he has since been working on issues of multiculturalism, epistemology, philosophy, and ethics. And by way of complementing the first presentation, I think Inamur Rahman will focus on dualism and absence, the issues around pluralism in political theory. So Inamur, off to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Creative Theory Colloquium, for giving me an opportunity to present my paper. First of all, I want to say that Happy Teachers Day to all of my teachers here. And yeah, I have tried to ground the dominant notion of justice, or I have tried to understand the dominant notions of justice, like, for example, Rawls' theory of justice within the context of a larger epistemic framework. So in starting, like, my paper will be largely, what I'll be doing in my paper is like this. I'll try to show that how Rawls, though he categorically he says that the principles of justice in the process to arrive at principles of justice is not a business for epistemology, but I will try to show that how that is rooted in a certain framework of epistemology, And then I try to show that how Plato in Republic is kind of presenting us with an alternative view of justice, of the epistemological framework, and the relation between them. So primarily, I have focused on Rawls's method to arrive at the principles of justice, and I am not going into the other parts of it. I'll just try to the method that Rawls has formulated, and that method is being called that the Rawls says that it is the process, it is the procedure that makes a that helps us to arrive at a principles of justice, arrive at a principle of justice which is just, which is objective in nature, right? And thus he says that it is the veil of ignorance which helps us the most to arrive to that kind of a principle, which everyone, every person, or like which is universal in nature, so everyone can conform to. And in the very method, he actually, the input of that very method, he actually tries to say that it is Kant's constructivism. He has one article called Kant's moral constructivism, where he says that the very, it can be the method, the understanding of a person we can construct it, we can constrain it as well, so that we can achieve a just principle, or we can achieve a universal or objective principle for justice. So he starts with like the veil of ignorance, as you all know, I think, that that there he starts with constraining the individual, right? The primary thing he is doing there is that the individual, the person or the participant in the contract will they will not be having all the knowledge which a normal person can have in the outer world, right? So knowledge means the knowledge of situatedness, knowledge of like what religion or what caste he or she is belonging, everything. The knowledge of situatedness is being withdrawn from the person, right, in that process of veil of ignorance. And he says that he retains in the like within the veil of ignorance, he retains that the person will be a rational person. I feel that that cannot be challenged. My rationality cannot be challenged, because already Descartes has told us that it is your doubting, or your doubting itself will be validated that you are a thinking being. So your rationality cannot be challenged, because being a rational being, you also prove that you are your existence. So you cannot challenge yourself. You can challenge all the other situatedness, you can challenge your body politic as well, but you cannot challenge your own self. So Rawls is trying to say that our rationality must be retained within the veil of ignorance, where everything else can be forgotten. So forgotten in the sense like Michael Sandel says that it's a state of amnesia, momentary amnesia you have to be when you are inside the veil of ignorance. Now Rawls is saying that when we are in that process, we have another two things that we will be having. One is a moral sense, and another that I have a sense of justice as well, right? And in saying that that I have a notion of good or a notion of morality, Rawls is very particular that what kind of morality I'll be having within the veil of ignorance. And he's saying that he is giving us a clue that what kind of notion through which I will be functioning, right? So he's saying that within inside the veil of ignorance, a participant will always choose a wider liberty and opportunity, and a greater rather than a smaller share of wealth and income. So this is a quote from Rawls. And he tries to say, and he tries to define that what kind of morality will be retained there. He's saying that he tries to define it by stating the morality, notion of morality. He says that thus something is being good is it's having the properties that it is rational to want in things of its kind, plus further elaboration depending on the case. So what Rawls is doing here is that Rawls's notion of morality can be understood in this way: action, person can be considered as good if it meets what is rational to want in them. Human virtues like kindness, being courageous, truthful, honesty, being righteous or just can be seen as good if these virtues are rational to want in person. Whether being a good person is a good thing, it is a sentence that Rawls has used. whether being a good person is a good thing for an individual or not is entirely dependent whether being good is rational or not. So he is locating the notion of goodness within the notion of rationality only. Then he says that with this kind of the feature of person where I am a rational being, where I will be choosing the most effective thing among most effective plan among other plans, I will be having this kind of notion of morality where I will be locating my goodness within the framework of rationality. Rawls is saying that you will be choosing the two principles of justice, that is the first principle, that is the liberty principle, and the difference principle. Now, my point is that Rawls, first of all, what he is doing in this method is constraining an individual from going, like from deviating from what is the plan. Because Rawls primarily said the plan that it is your plan to arrive at objective principles of justice. And Rawls also diminishes any possibility to have an alternative sense of plan, because he is trying to set up that all things, if all things remain same, then we will only be arriving at a principle of justice. And the principle looks like this. Now, the point is that how Rawls is actually able to imagine that this kind of a methodology is possible within the realm of within the political domain. And that's where I found that Descartes is relevant. And I am not going into the into how Descartes has formulated his the notion, formulated how knowledge works, but I will try to inculcate one point here, and that is, and try to connect it with Rawls, and that is when Descartes is actually separating the mind and the body in the process of knowing the certain truth. And Descartes is saying that that is the only process to know, to reach to a certain truth. And for Descartes, it is the mind which is self-validating. Self-validating means Descartes has make a distinction between understanding and imagination. And he says that for distinct and clear knowledge, which is the understanding part of anything in the world, the mind turns itself towards itself. And on the other hand, when the imagination part, the mind turns towards the body. And he says categorically that the body always produces obscure and confused knowledge. So we need to separate the body in order to arrive at a principle which is again like Rawls, objective and universal, or you can say a certain truth. So he categorically makes this distinction, and he says that true knowledge of these belongs to the mind alone, but not to the composite. So not to the mind body. But so, but the point is that the body is something which prevents us from having certain knowledge. That is like within the Descartesian framework, body is something which prevents us from certain knowledge. But body is something which actually situates us in the world. So separation of mind and body implies a separation of mind and the world, or mind from the world. This separation allows the mind to work and function independently and makes it possible to construct the world independently and objectively. Exactly in the similar way, Rawls is framing his veil of ignorance, where he is saying that it is our rationality who will be independently of my situatedness, will be framing a theory of justice, which is universal and objective in nature. Then I'll try to say that what kind of implication this kind of method and the implication of this kind of theory of justice is having in our world. So the Rawlsian justice, when Rawls is saying that we can arrive at a principle of justice without having any concern of my situatedness, riding on a conception, on an epistemology that Descartes has provided. Rawls is actually presuming, or Rawls is conditioning it, that strict conformity, like strict, I'm saying strict because Rawls has used the word strict. strict conformity to the principles is required, or one of the fundamental things for preserving justice in the society. So there is no alternative way roles left for us to engage with the world or to understand the political scenario in the world. So there is one thing that you go through a process that is already being set. You will arrive at a principle of justice, and you have to conform to it. So compliance to the objective principle is one of the fundamental things that Rawls is formulating in order to prevail justice in the society. So you are being just as a person, you're being kind as a person or honest, doesn't matter for or doesn't require for a justice to be prevailed in the society. So, and that actually perpetuates a kind of dichotomy within the self, the dichotomy of like a dichotomy of being and doing. So, and the private and public, like how the dichotomy is being perpetuated there, because the theory of justice that Rawls has formulated only requires us to conform to the principles. But suppose I am being greedy. If I am a greedy person, being greedy is not a problem for Rawls, problem for Rawls's theory of justice. So if I am taking bribes or taking bribes, or I am being a corrupt person without being caught, that is not problem for Rawls's theory of justice. So I'm using the word corrupt here, maybe in a monetary sense, but corruption, maybe we can understand it in a different, with a different meaning as well. Corruption not only in the sense of taking bribes, but corruption in the sense of being unjust or not being truthful to yourself. That can also be understood. So Rawls saying that Rawls's theory of justice cannot address that problem, and Rawls is only concerned about your public affairs rather than your private. How privately you are, that doesn't concern Rawls. So it is that duality, which actually that duality or the dual mode of being is there in our world, which actually sustains many kind of injustices in the political framework. And then I want to explore that how Plato in Republic actually tries to address this problem. So address this problem of a problem of that our present civilization is facing. The civilization is facing is like all the problems, like starting from corruption to be or the environmental crisis as well. Now, starting Plato in Republic, the very question that start in Republic is with the nature of justice, how we can understand justice, what justice is, right? So, and Plato says that it is the virtue of the individual. So he posits justice within the individual rather than in the institution, which Rawls was doing. Rawls was saying that it is justice is a virtue of the institution. So Plato is saying that no, it is a virtue of the individual. And now when and he says that it is a virtue of the individual soul, making the whole exercise of who to be just or what is justice an internal matter to the person. And internal in the sense that he is not trying to find out that what acts are just. He is not trying to find out that conformity to which principle is justice, but he is saying that your being must be just. One, as an individual, a person needs to be within himself or herself, he or she needs to be just primarily. And he's in order to show that how a person can be just, he as we know that he talks about three parts of the soul and three parts of the state institution, right? So parts of the soul like reason part, courage part, and the appetitive part. So these parts can be seen as maybe contrary to each other. Reason might go with the appetitive part if we follow Descartesian method, right? So they are quite contrary to each other. But Rawls talks about them, and he was saying that harmony between all the parts of the soul makes a person just. And exactly in the similar way, harmony between all the parts of the state makes a state just. So here Plato puts it in this way, that we must remember then that each one will be doing his own business in the state, in the context of state actually, we must remember then that each one will be doing his own business and will be just when each part of him will be doing his own business in him. So Plato is saying that if the individual can retain or individual can maintain a harmonious soul, then only it will be possible to have an ideal state or have a just state. There is no other way to do it. One individual must have to be just within himself or herself in order to have justice in the society. So there is no, it is not the top to bottom process where Rawls was saying that we need to frame a just principle, then people will be conforming to it. But it is the opposite of it. It is the individual who needs to be just, and with that justice will reflect in the society or in the state. So Rawls is saying that harmony, this harmony between each part of the soul, enables a person to be just and to act just. So there is, and this is not vice versa, that you can act just but without being a just person. That cannot happen in Rawlsian framework, in Platonic framework. Plato says that in order to do good or in order to act justly, you have to be just first. Your being just followed, your doing just will be followed by your being just. So and then Plato posits this notion of harmonious individual being, or Plato connects it with its epistemology and metaphysics. Whereas Rawls categorically is saying that this is not a discourse of metaphysics and epistemology. Like the previous presenter was saying that they are choosing a path which is more convenient. So conveniency will be the deciding factor. Now Plato is saying that we need to understand the whole as a whole, that how the macrocosm and the microcosm is related. And he's saying that we need to have the grasp of truth in order to be in a harmonious state of being. And I have just skipped one thing, but I need to mention it, that in each part of the soul, or in each part of the, when Plato talks about each part of the soul or in each part of the being, he also talks about justice, something as doing its own duty. So each part will be doing its own duty, and thus and they will be they can sustain a harmonious being. Then so Plato actually yeah, I got the note, ma'am. I got the note. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So Plato says that it is the grasp of truth. The grasp of truth means Plato divides makes a distinction between being and becoming. Becoming, the sensible world; being, the world of forms. So Plato says the forms are the ideals. They are the ideals, or they are the unique. So, and we need to have a grasp of truth, or grasp of knowledge of the forms, in order to in order to have knowledge of the truth, you have to have the knowledge of the forms. And thus Plato says that bring in the process of dialectic. And dialectic, Plato says that through this, and he considers it at the highest, most subject to be studied, or the topmost subject to be studied apart from any other subject. And he says that this dialectic method can actually invites us to engage with like in reference to his divide line, with the conjecture, then opinion, then understanding, and then knowledge. And Plato says that it is a process. It is a process through which individual has to go. Otherwise, it is a process which individual has to go. Otherwise, he will not be able to have the grasp of truth. And this Comfort says that this dialectic process itself gives you a synoptic view of the whole. Now, I just want to show that what is the difference between this process and the process that Descartes and Rawls was talking about. Just 1 minute. Yeah.
Up in the discussion for sure.
Yeah, surely, sure. So just to sum up, that this process of being just and in relation to the knowing the truth, and in relation to the form good is what proposes an alternative to the method that Descartes has taken, where Descartes is entirely separating the world from the individual, whereas Plato is saying that it is the concord between all part of the soul, and it is a engagement with the world through the dialectic which determines your truth and which determines how you want to be a just person. And this actually can solve the problems like problems which are there, which problems like corruption. Problems like corruption, again, I have told you corruption not in the monetary sense. It actually deprives your soul. Plato says it actually deprives your soul. And with one quote, I'll end from Plato, just one quote, and I'll end this discussion. That a just person would be telling us we ought to do and say what will make our inside man completely master of the whole man. It is not the mind and body. And give him charge over the many-headed monster like a farmer, cherishing and tending the cultivated plants, but preventing the weeds from growing. He must be an ally of the lion's nature and care for the whole creatures alike, making them friendly to each other and to himself. And so he will nourish the whole. Whole here is the cosmos. Thank you.
Thanks, Inamur, and sorry for interrupting you. If I were not the chair,
No, we have
go
to.
on listening and get lost in the discussion. That was very good and insightful. Let me invite the third speaker, Mallikarjun Nagral. He's a doctoral student at IIT Delhi, and he's in the School of Interdisciplinary Research. And his project is in the area of philosophy of technology. He has already done his engineering in VIT Vellore and philosophy masters, and now pursuing his doctoral degree in philosophy with interest in epistemological and metaphysical foundations of social, political, and technological debates. So on to you, Mallikarjun, for your presentation on technology and politics of knowledge. You can unmute yourself.
Just a second. Give me a second. Thanks a lot, Professor Sujata. Good afternoon, everybody. Now, first of all, I'd like to quickly thank the Creative Theory Colloquium for giving me this opportunity, and the coordinator, Dr. Veeravalli. And now, since the work is still in progress and I'm still working on it, so I'd be happy if today I can at least convey the broad thrust of my argument. Now, I'd like to begin the paper. So the existential threats posed by externalities associated with industrial mode of production have become hard to ignore. We have laid the blame squarely on social and socio-political wealth and power equations without substantial intellectual engagement with the realization that the precipice that we find ourselves is not owing to an aberration, but a culmination of a worldview, the very epistemological and metaphysical foundations on which our civilization rests. So now Shraddha has discussed the method already, and Inamur has discussed the implications for political theory. I'd like to discuss the implications of this epistemology and its inability to take account of relations and what it means for technological development. That throughout the world, industrial mode of production reigns supreme by thwarting all other possible alternatives is due to the force of this monocultural universal rationality, which dictates the norms of excellence, success, progress, and development. So technology is not just a value neutral, efficient means to an end, serving just narrow instrumental functions, but it also reveals a mode of engagement with the world and makes certain forms of life possible and others unviable, whatever be their merit. So technology expresses the truth of a relationship with the body politic, and cosmos or nature. Hence, I argue that it is important to address the design of machinery and its presupposition, as it forms a critical mode of mediation between man and nature, labor and capital, individual and society, and mind and body. The effort is just to relativize modern industrial technology as one form of technical organization, so as to recover a critical margin of maneuver to argue for a possible reform based on a fundamentally different technological rationality. Now, a space which is unavailable in the university and our higher technical institutes, except in sort of caricature forms where departments like value center, where then you have to discuss values separately apart from the technical matters. So I'd briefly like to set the problem. So in opposition to the Whig narrative, Marx's discussion on transformation from manufacture to industrial mode of production complicates the issue by showing that how machinery itself becomes a source of alienation. And this introduction of machinery is premised on sort of, is tied to a transformation from subsistence to industrial mode of production, which itself is premised on a liberal theory of labor and property, according to which then labor is a means of self-preservation and accumulation of property, rather than a means of self-realization or communion with the world. So at the outset, this sort of an impoverished conception of human nature in terms of economic rationality sets the individual against society and informs the industrial machinery, which becomes the epicenter of producing hierarchical and hegemonical relations in the workplace and by extension in the society. I'd just like to briefly stress that this is not a anti-technology rant or a Luddite critique. It is neither a reactionary rejection of modern technology in general or a romantic plea for a regression for a primitive way of life. The problem is not modern technology or technology as a category in itself, but the subject-object, man-machine and man-nature, self and other relationship that guides the development of industrial machines and technology and its design. So we see that in industrial technology, then the focus is on efficiency, productivity, and control, instead of taking account of reproductivity, non-alienation, and sustainability of man-machine, man-nature, and mind-body relation. So the thinking about these problems basically has been limited to saying that, the problem of capitalism is rooted in surplus labor and its struggle with the capitalist rather than with capital itself. And hence they advocate for a fair distribution or a class struggle. So now liberal discourse does recognize the alienation involved in industrial mode of production, but they think that it is a necessary cost to be paid for the wealth of nations. Whereas the orthodox sort of Marxists, they exercise the early Marx and his design critique and turn him into a mere economist arguing for welfare state and better wages. But Marx himself says that an enforced increase of wages would be nothing more than better payment for a slave and would not win either for the worker or for labor their human status or dignity. Now, there are other arguments which say that we just need to limit the technological thinking to a certain sphere and let it not intervene in the cultural sphere. Obviously, that logic doesn't work. And another argument is about that how technology makes abolition of labor possible in favor of leisure time, and hence it is essential. I would say that this is actually reactionary argument which arises only in opposition to the alienated labor, which is characteristic of industrial mode of production, which degrades and mortifies the mind and body of the worker. So Marx himself says that, that freedom lies not just in consumption, but the developing individuals' capacities and power to both produce and consume. So the model of freedom from labor then overlooks the problem of alienation, and the theory of complementarity of labor as the foundation of human society is replaced by, or which sees the labor as calling of human beings to be service of others, is sort of exercised. Like this is what Marx speaks of when he mentions species being, as Professor Thakur already touched upon. So it is this freedom and its possibility which is thwarted by norms set by industrial mode of production. Now, the critical theory, the latest approach of thinker Andrew Feinberg, who supplements the critique of instrumental rationality, which was put forward by Frankfurt School, he supplements it with recent studies in science, technology, society, discipline, and the social construction of technology to argue for a possibility of a different form of technical organization. So this approach basically argues that technology is underdetermined by purely technical factors. That means a particular problem has many technological solutions possible, and final solution rests with the social actors who are competing for meaning. So for example, that when machinery is introduced or technology is introduced, it is not technical criteria or technological rationality which decides its design, but it is actually the social interests which move it in a particular direction. So now, but in the final analysis, the best arguments assert that modern science and technology is fettered by capitalist interest. And once it is freed from it, this would help us mobilize and orient it towards more egalitarian and rational ends on which we can engineer the society. But in all, the emphasis is on politics rather than the structure of rationality or the epistemology, which itself informs technical horizon of engineering disciplines, and which then in later sort of determines our social relations. Now, I'd like to just discuss the presuppositions that inform this design. So I would like to say that modern industrial technology is not just a reflex of changing economic landscape as it is thought, or that it is just a logically upgraded version of technology that we had prior to pre-modern times, but that it marks a fundamental change in the philosophical worldview, which forms the horizon of our thinking itself and determines the economic, social, political, and technical thinking. So the separation of mind and matter, as already Shraddha has touched upon it, it sort of fosters a disenchanted mechanistic worldview, which creates the conditions of possibility for technical action with disregard for nature. So man in this sort of epistemology stands outside nature and tries to sort of gain control over it. And he's no longer at home in the world. So earlier sort of the domestication principle turns into a domination principle. And so you can say that modern technological action is sort of premised on a forgetfulness of our ontological finitude, which induces a godlike delusion that we can intervene in the world without impunity, with impunity. So there's a thinker, Jeremy Nadler, who in his book, In the Shadow of the Machine, argues very interestingly that the Romans had pretty sophisticated mechanical arts for the time when their civilization was there, but they rarely applied it for industrial or production purposes. And he's thinking, why does it happen? And he concludes that it is because they didn't have the requisite worldview of disenchantment for such a thing to happen. Because for them, nature and cosmos was a living organism and was permeated by gods and spirits, and hence sacred. So this outlook sort of plays a considerable restraint to introduction of machines in place of human labor and unmediated relation to the world. So I think this is also what Heidegger refers to when he identifies that the essence of modern technology is actually enframing. That is, the will to power sort of speaks through our techniques, where nature and even human beings sort of are exposed to a functional gaze and mobilized for the advancement of techno-scientific progress. So our environmental movement is actually a symptom of this rationality at play. Now, furthermore, the dualism of theory and practice internally separates the relation between science and technology, where the former, fueled by curiosity, is concerned with study of nature in pursuit of value-neutral objective facts, and then technology separately decides matter of application. So when something goes wrong, the scientists can say that it's not us, it's the technologist, and technologists in turn can say it's not us, it's the politicians. So what happens, and within engineering discipline, what happens is then there is a further separation of the study of the subject and object. And then there's a separate science which studies the object and optimizes the object. Then you have your different engineering disciplines. And then you have a different study of the subject to conform it to the objective design of the machine. So you have your disciplines like operation research, industrial engineering, management, etc. So what the structure does is it creates the conditions for unbridled productivity, creativity, and technological innovation, as research is untethered from the relations with the body politic, and cosmos. So Oppenheimer sums it up very well when he says that when he's asked about his contribution to nuclear research, he says that when you see something that is technically sweet, you go ahead and do it, and you argue about what to do about it only after you had your technical success. So this method which prevails in our technical institutions controls the modes of classification and sets the standards and norms for what is developed, progressive, or cutting edge, and makes the other sort of modes of thinking or production completely irrelevant. Now, so the problems are latent in the method itself, and no amount of ethics for engineer courses can remedy any of it. So reason which was earlier sort of tied to contemplation of the ends and the harmony of means and ends is disjuncted and becomes a purely instrumental one, and becomes a tool, which value neutral tool, which can be applied for whatever purposes you need. So here Plato thinks that a techne, the ancient technological activity, is always related to virtue, and it is never separated from virtue. But what also the structure of technical disciplines does is that it would like to contrast it with what happened during India's independence movement, where there was a different journal of Khadi science set up, where the workers, since they were more, they knew how their technologies worked and they made them, they could contribute to its improvement or not improvement. And they had their own say on the research also. So research becomes also decentralized, and sort of the hierarchy between lay and expert is sort of dissolved to an extent. Now, sort of control of nature also implies by extension control of men. So business or commerce following the narrow economic rationality of liberal theory, which already presupposes the dualism of self and other, sort of then guides the change in means of labor. So then our machinery has the capacity suddenly to enslave others. There is no restraint placed within it. So whoever owns the machine then exercises control over others. So just changing the owners wouldn't actually change, because ethics is not anymore external as an afterthought, but a particular ethic already speaks through the design of the machine and structures the society in particular ways. So Engels says it best when he says that the automatic machinery of a big factory is much more despotic than the small capitalist who employs the worker ever has been. So perhaps in non-dual presuppositions, the design would take into consideration the harmony of the body politic, because it would be based on a theory of human nature presupposed by, let's say, Marx's understanding of species being. So where your technology is not geared towards sort of reducing the other or in conflict with the body politic, but geared towards sort of helping you serve it. Now, the separation of mind and body forms the implicit ontological presupposition of modern machine design, which separates the indissoluble marriage between the hand and hand, which was characteristic of the production process for centuries. So now the machinery systematically de-skills the worker and makes him an appendage to the machine, and finally relegates him to insignificance as he just becomes a minder of the machine. So the separation of sort of operative and motive power established the division of labor in workplace, perpetuating the dualism and hierarchy of cognitive labor and manual labor, the expert versus lay, or the skilled versus unskilled in the workplace, and by extension in social relations. So I would skip a little bit and go to how sort of labor process changes. So it is also important to understand the implications of changing conception of nature also have for the craft or art of making itself. So Heidegger highlights the difference between poiesis, sort of, which is the mode of revealing which holds sway in crafts, versus manufacture mass production, to emphasize this difference. What he means perhaps is that crafts is not a case where the craftsman imposes the form on matter externally, but it is while careful handling of the matter itself that the form organically emerges. So the craftsman sort of nurtures the inherent vitality of matter and doesn't impose his own plans on it. Also, so since the technology keeps getting optimized without limit, it determines sort of the trajectory of commerce, even military, etc., and which leads to absurd rates of obsolescence of technologies. And the user at the end is at total mercy of the producer. Now, it can be contrasted with convivial tools that Illich speaks of, which can be understood and repaired easily by workers, and they avoid being victims of sort of, this complexity and built-in obsolescence, which is characteristic of modern technology. So the production community, since it stays in control, its means of subsistence is not threatened. I think this is very evident in the farmer seed issue at play. And then the absurd rates of sort of obsolescence also creates a problem of waste. So here sort of the reproductivity and productivity principles have not been taken into account. Professor Sujata, do I have any time left?
I'm afraid you have to conclude. We'll
I
have
can't hear
some
you.
time for discussion. I'm saying you might have to conclude now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I'm saying you might have to conclude now.
Yeah.
So that
I'll
we have
conclude.
some
No,
time for discussion.
Yeah. So I'd just like to conclude by saying that I have just tried to articulate the presuppositions underlying industrial machine design, which are relevant to our problems of inequality, alienation, and ecological crisis in the hope of a redeemed future. The emphasis is itself that it's the design of technology which determines the nature of social relationships and politics and without addressing the underlying epistemology, the effort would not be very fruitful. And the comparison with crafts-based subsistence mode of production is not to discount or sort of ask to go back to some other era, but to uncover our changing understanding of who we are and how we engage with the world, which is revealed in our techniques. So yeah, I would just like to say what Professor Mohanty already said it so eloquently, that we need to first understand what kind of thinking we are under the grips of. So I know this kind of a critique immediately triggers anxiety that perhaps, like if we listen to this kind of mode of thought, we have to leave all our comforts and, we go back to Stone Age. But it's not that, but we really need to understand what epistemology forms the horizon of our thinking. So yeah, the argument is not for a rejection, but a reformed scientific and technological rationality, which is based on different epistemological principles and which is employed in man's self-realization. Yeah, so I'd just argue that it is not a critique of technology as a category, that there is an interpretive flexibility within technology itself, which can be mobilized for a transformation in machine design to affect a possible civilizational change, which has to be based on a different technological rationality and a theory of human nature. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mallikarjun. Thank all the speakers for laying out, how the dualistic worldview, which all of them attribute to Descartes, at least the first two speakers, and how it is antithetical to pluralism. And this has been demonstrated with a specific reference to the work of Descartes and with Rawls, and in the third presentation with regard to the very idea that is postulated between the subject and object in the case of modern technology. So it seems to us from this that non-dualistic worldviews are more plural. The dualistic worldviews that separate the mind and the body tend to be less plural. I mean, this is the sense that we are getting. And among the non-dualistic worldviews, whether it is J.P.S. Uberoi or Plato's approach, gives greater scope for pluralism. And why is that? It's because it emerges from these presentations that non-dualistic worldviews give greater scope for subjectivity and individual, without regarding subjectivity as a messy thing that cannot be handled, which doesn't have any reality or solidity or certainty about it. So this is achieved in the two cases, alternatives presented in the first two presentations, as allowing for unity in diversity. They don't amount to a cultural relativism, but where in JPS's semiological method, the body is foregrounded as a sign amidst a series of triads between God, world, God, man, and the world, or man and nature, and the self, other, and the world. A series of triadic relations are postulated in JPS's semiological method, in which the body is seen as a sign, which is at once both subjective and objective, in that it is a thing out there that can be visualized, which can be seen by the other, but at the same time something that can be experienced and is also the seat of perception and thought. And in the case of Plato's work, how the virtue or justice in one's own mind, and how it doesn't remain a subjective and a private matter, because Plato enjoins that one's own truth is constantly correlated or seen to be corresponding to the form of truth prevalent out there, and is not seen. That is the way in which unity in diversity is postulated in these alternative ways of thinking that was proposed in the first two papers, and the third one in which technology is being seen and critiqued not so much for itself, but for the kind of interrelations it postulates between the subject and the object. Very interestingly, in Marx's Capital, he makes a reference to what is called the charka. He says, while distinguishing between the tool and machine, Marx says that tools involve human energy and machines involve, artificial energy given from outside. Whereas there is something in the Indian setting called the charka, which with one revolution of the hand entails 250 revolutions of that other thing, the bigger circle, and helps in spinning. He doesn't say it in so many words, but he says that charka is an in-between between a tool and a machine, which is very intriguing. We don't find this subject being dealt with later in Marx in this. So the whole point is how the tool and the machine, the relationship between the craftsman and his craft and the product that is being produced. These are the things that were subject to question in the third presentation. So I have a few queries for the three speakers. And since we are running short of time, we started 12 minutes late. So I'm hoping I'll just post few queries and open the floor. To Shraddha, I would like to ask whether in JPS's semiological approach, you want to talk a little bit, even Marx spoke about men's relation to nature and men's relation to other men. Is there a synergy in the way JPS semiology looks at self, nature and the world, or is it different? That's for Shraddha. And for Inamur, I wanted to ask you, whether when you correlate Plato's notion of justice to the notion of fairness and roles, fairness as equal opportunity, are you and Plato's doing one's own duty? Do you think the correspondence that you are establishing is, are there commensurable concepts, is what I would like to ask you. And I have a couple of questions, but due to paucity of time, I'm just posing one question per speaker. And to Mallikarjun, I wanted to hear from you a little more on the idea of obsolescence, which is so central to this technology and the waste it creates. And secondly, whether you distinguish between technology and technocracy. This will be interesting if you can throw some light on this. With these comments, I open the floor to questions, which can be answered by the speakers. Yes, please. Feel free. Raise your hand or post a question in the chat box.
Can I come in?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. So my first question is to Mallikarjun. Nice presentation, Mallikarjun. I just wanted to ask that, are you making a difference between nature and ecology in terms of technology? For instance, there are good contemporary work by the likes of Graham Harman and others who are making this distinction that we need to conceptualize ecology without nature. And this romantic, relic of the past needs to be shed away, in the sense that everything is natural. So the distinction between nature and non-nature is no longer a plausible distinction. And as you mentioned, that there is some element of vitality of material, vitality of matter in Heidegger. Like he also in sort of conceptualized matter as vital. So do you see some pan-proto-cyclist elements in someone like Heidegger also? I mean, these are two questions. Because of the paucity of time, I mean, you can just answer these two questions. And the other question is to Inamur. Very basic, simple question that, in Rawls, we always see that epistemological concerns have been sort of addressed, or we try to understand Rawls from an epistemological point of view. But what about ontology? Like, we know that Rawls has completely sort of ignored metaphysics and ontology. So do you think that justice needs a proper ontological basis for a proper conceptualization of justice? Like, can we get rid of ontology completely to conceptualize justice? Thank you so much.
Yes, let's take a few more questions and then the speakers could answer. Any other questions? If there are, if you are still thinking of questions, I have one more question for Inamur on how the corruption example you gave to compare Rawls and Plato. You are saying for Rawls, corruption doesn't matter. I think he's saying external constraints like institutional rules will address it. Whereas Plato would say that it is some internal restraints from within the person. Is that what you're trying to say? In that case, will a corrupt society be regarded as a bunch of people without internal restraints? I mean, if you go by Plato. So, yes, please. Any questions? Please, comments?
May I ask a question?
Please.
It's more a clarification. Sridhar, Descartes also has a book called Passion. So if we read him in totality, do we still think that he has this mind-body duality, or was it that it was appropriated by the kind of philosophical churning that was going at that time? So I'm slightly confused about that. Since I've got that book now, I'm up very late. So I'm reading and trying to understand his mind, which seems to be more complex than the way we try to put him.
Okay.
Answer?
If there are no other questions, are there any in the chat box? Maybe we'll ask them to respond, and we can take it. Shraddha, I'll give it to you first. To answer.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so I'll just answer Professor Thakur's question first and then get back to yours, because that would take me some degree of elaboration. So when we're looking at Descartes, I would admit that I sort of got directly to the point of mind-body dualism. In fact, Oakeshott also sort of argues, who I was planning to begin with, but I skipped because we had limited time. He argues that Descartes also has a metaphysics which is generally not recognized or not. I mean, in fact, in his meditations, Descartes' question is to establish the soul and the presence of God devoid of any authority. So he doesn't want to start by questioning it or make this mind-body dualism in a way which ends up questioning God, but in fact wants to establish God as an individual presence. So yes, you're right. There are aspects of Descartes which, in terms of a scholarship of Descartes are being ignored, but nonetheless, the point Descartes becomes so significant because this articulation of mind-body dualism is the most concrete in his writing. And from there on, you cannot put the two together. So in his Passions, yes, he addresses the issue of the passions, and there are aspects where he tries to bring in other concerns. But the way, it's like the scholar gets subsumed in the epistemology itself. And the epistemology progresses by just taking the Cartesian method in its quest of certainty and making everything discrete as the way to be. And everything else then is rejected. Because, for Descartes, it's always a project to sort of establish that there is God. But he's unable to do so. And it is precisely because of the method that he has established. So that was one. So Sujata ma'am's question about JPS's articulation of self, nature, and the world, right? Yes. So he does take into account the relationship with nature. Is that what you're trying to ask me? I'm not very sure if I've understood your question properly.
I asked you, Marx also talks about men's relation to nature and men's relation to other men as two axes, interrelated axes.
Right.
Does that is that synergistic with JPS's formulation? These formulations that he makes.
So I suppose, yeah. So I suppose to an extent, but the sort of framework that JPS is looking at is God, man, and nature. or self, nature and the world. Self, nature and the other. So the idea is that, yes, there is a sense in which, it falls very close to what Marx is saying. But with Marx, there is a way in which a theory of God and this idea of, see, the whole role that God plays in epistemology is, and this also has to do with our conception of religion, is often seen as something which is just the creator God, or which is something which is a product of superstition, or something that we don't know. But we don't see the configurative role that the category of God plays in epistemology, which is of providing a center or a sort of stability within which we can chart out our epistemic relations. And what modern thought or modern positivist thought does is to remove that. And I think to that extent, JPS would perhaps disagree with Marx as well, though the larger framework, as you pointed out, in the way in which it exists in Marx, is also obviously something that he would accept.
Thank you. Namur, would you like to comment?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I would like to first take up your question, ma'am, that whether Rawls's idea of fairness and Plato's idea of justice can be commensurable or not. I'll start with that. I'll say that, first of all, I can say that yes and no, both answers can be given in context of Plato. How that is so, I'll say that in Plato, it is being divided, that there is a Platonic notion of justice and there is a conventional notion of justice. In the conventional notion of justice, the most emphasis has been given on the action, on the external act of person. And in Platonic notion of justice, Plato is completely focusing on the being, the internal aspect of justice, that whether you are internally just or not. Now, normal Dal says that when a person is a just person, how he will be acting, the action will be just. It is the precondition of acting just. Being just is the precondition of acting just. So I'll say that Plato is not only focusing on whether the principle is fair or not in the outer world or in the external acts, whether you are fair in treatment with the other or not. That is not his primary focus. But yes, he would, because I would say yes, he will be, it will be included within his domain, because Dahl has argued that Plato's being just will not be in contradiction with the conventional notion of justice. It will include that notion as well. So when I'll be a just person, my act will be just in the outer world. That action will not radically different from the conventional notion of justice that is out there, like fair treatment, if you say. So I'm being a just person, fair treatment can be considered as one of the acts of justice in the external world. But to be fair with the other, or to treat other, you need to be just first. You need to be just within yourself. That is like Plato's answer would be from my perspective. And then another question was that whether Rawls can get rid of the ontology, right? See, that is the most dominant criticism against Rawls, that you cannot get rid of the ontology. But I am saying that what I am trying to explore here is that Rawls can do that when Rawls is grounding his idea of this getting rid of the ontology on the epistemology of this Cartesian dualism, or on the epistemology of Descartes, where Descartes is giving him Rawls the ground to at least to apply the method in the political domain. Descartes is actually making the possibility of the actualization of the method. So that is what I will be saying.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Malika. Thank you. Mallikarjun, you want to respond?
Yeah, Professor Sujata. Yeah, I did touch upon obsolescence, and I have to develop that, but since time was so short. But the question, to answer the question you asked, whether technology and technocracy, I would equate technology with technocracy. I think technology as developed in modern industrial technology, that would be associated with technocracy, because it is premised on a separation of reason and experience, which forms the condition which gives authority and power to the expert, because that is the model of, like, with throughout the panel we spoke about sort of reason separated from its ends and used purely instrumentally and procedurally. It then it is imposed as a top-down rational control approach. But perhaps in a different episteme, that wouldn't be the case. As I gave the example of the Khadi science and the journals, where the workers themselves have ability to stand on and sort of counter technocracy if it were to arise. To Varun's question, Varun asked two questions. There was some disturbance in my audio, but I could make out that he asked difference between, like, do I make a difference between ecology and nature, and something on like everything is nature now. I would say, first of all, I have to think about it, because from my initial reading of the constructivist approach, I'm suspicious about what, like, why that question arises and how do they cash it out. Like, they say that technology is not just technical, it's social, but it doesn't say much. I mean, we have been attacking wrong problems, pseudo problems for a long time. I feel then that is one way of looking at it, because then sort of it becomes that, oh no, technology itself is fine. So this difference between, you know, like something being a technical realm and a separate social realm, it itself is sort of this problem comes only when we presuppose the wrong sort of dualism. And other on Heidegger and vitalism, yeah, I think it is a vitalist approach, definitely. And yeah, it is a vitalist approach. And I didn't understand the second part, if it was proto-psychist.
I was mentioning that vitalism has some resemblance to pan-proto-psychism. So is there an element of
prime proto-psychism? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it would have, since it is not sort of a physicalist leveling of all ontology. But I'm not sure if I can say anything much about it now. Perhaps I can call you up and we can discuss that.
Okay, thank you all.
I just wanted to weigh in on the question that you had asked me. I forgot to speak about something very significant.
Extremely brief. We are
like a minute.
Running short of time, or maybe
only a minute.
Discuss over the phone.
Just a minute. I just want to point this out because it's important in terms of understanding Oberoi's point. Where you know, in terms of his relations of symmetry, he prioritizes the nature of reflection, or this category of reflection. And this is very, very constitutive of the entire epistemology, because this ability to reflect is something which brings in, you know, the body being that locus from where you can do it. Likewise, in terms of the larger cosmos, it is this sort of charting out of relations on the basis of reflection and mirrored reflection, which is significant. And therefore, this sort of is something which is also different from the Marxian framework, where reflection is not permitted. So that's something I just wanted to add.
Thank you for the clarification. So I think it is time to sum up. This discussion can go on.
Ma'am, there's a question. Ma'am, there's a question in the chat box by Professor Lamas for Professor Rahman.
Yes, please. In your view, Dr. Rahman, what does it say about mainstream philosophy that it has been so enthralled with Rawls?
I would say that, like, I cannot comment on the entire philosophical discourse, but I would say that his political views of Rawls, the Rawls's political views are like, it is enthralled by Rawls's views, but ultimately where Rawls stands, we need to understand within the larger discourse, that where Rawls is standing, what kind of epistemological foundation he is prescribing or subscribing to, and what are the implications of it, right, in the long term as a civilization, as how human civilization progress. So with these dichotomies, retaining or sustaining these dichotomies within a theory of justice will not be like very pleasant for a human civilization to sustain, or to say that in a just ways, to sustain in a just ways. That is what I want to say. Like, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So amidst the authoritarianism and challenges to thinking that the inaugural session postulated, the current session has shown that there are discourses, epistemes, which do enable or allow scope for pluralism, but they are constantly challenged, they are marginalized, or they are edged out of existence. And I'm a sociologist of knowledge, not a philosopher. And as someone who's been working on traditional Indian medicine, I can tell you for sure that during the COVID, any suggestions to question the vaccine as the only panacea was seen as being anti-national or anti-science or etc. Of course, there were several anti-vaccine movements, but they were, I mean, what are the other approaches? Can we be having one vaccine after the other? Can we complement? Can plural approaches and solutions and interventions coexist? Such a question was being very contemporary and relevant, not one or the other, but plural. So rather than binary. So it seems that there are communities of scholars, philosophers, whose ideas continue to be relevant, and who within all this authoritarianism and challenges to thinking, there are these, shall we say, oases or pathways, what their future will be, how they will sustain themselves. As a sociologist, I would say it will also depend on the social situation of the protagonist. Who are the people who are standing for these points of views or exemplifying them, or are part of lives of certain communities, or is it scientists, philosophers? Are they enshrined only in universities and in textbooks? These kind of questions would be of interest as a sociologist of knowledge, but at least we need not be as very pessimistic is what I glean from this panel, which we could examine in the existing frameworks. What are the opportunities for pluralism? And they are indeed plenty. So I thank all the panelists. I thank everyone who raised questions to enrich the discussion. And we bring this to an end. And I just wanted to say a hello to members of the International Marcus Society who are here. And I hope to be engaging with you and interacting with you in the sessions to come. So thank you all. I think it is time we close this session, but the discussion will continue. All three very good papers, I should say. I enjoyed reading them, and I would like to stay in touch with you after the colloquium.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have a break until 2:30, so we can meet again to discuss the panel 3 at 2:30.
Thank you, Vipanchika. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lamas. Thank you, Anuradha. It's a wonderful panel. We'll have more time to discuss, I think, sometime.
And staying so late, Andy. Thank you. Great session.
Coffee. Coffee. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I truly enjoyed this session.
Yeah, absolutely.
And many questions are raised by, they cannot be answered over here. But
and many are yet to be raised, actually. I'm sure on Swaraj, we could have carried on the discussion the entire day.
Maybe we will continue these discussions.
Yes, we will.
Other sessions, they'll spill over there. And in the end, we will go with a better idea.
Thank you. Thank you. See you at 2:30.
Thank you.
Yes, see you. Bye.
See you at 2:30. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot, Rashi.
Thank you.
So it was